Mercenaries who don't die are considered third-rate. The reason they command such a high price becomes clear. It's because they will willingly die for their master. The blade plunges deep, crimson splatters marking the ground. Even if he has to listen to such bullshit from his employers every day, he still carries out his duty. He thinks, well, what can you do? Such is the harsh, unforgiving life of a mercenary. He observes the burning city. Nobles are also predictable. They promise grand requests, land, and even titles when they need you. But what this particular noble just told him truly topped all the creative nonsense he's heard. He must have misheard. From the battlements, he looks down at the armored commander below him. The commander confirms, "You did not mishear me. Just now I told you to die." His expression is resolute. Our guy asks if the commander has forgotten who he is. The commander states his name, Jake. Jake laughs, finding it amusing that the commander would say such a thing, knowing his identity. He knew it wasn't a true command. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't ask him to die honorably. The commander apologizes if he gave the wrong impression, admitting he might have been too blunt. Jake questions, wrong impression. The commander simply wished to entrust him with one final, crucial mission. The commander stands tall, explaining that with their string of defeats, their loss is inevitable. Jake looks out at the burning city, realizing the traitor's blades have turned on the Crawford family. With nowhere left to retreat, he understands the commander's rambling. The city burns endlessly. Given the circumstances, he completely understands the commander's predicament. Soldiers stand by. He turns to the commander, a slight smile. It's time to leave. Even a talented man is cornered. The commander stands somberly. For a noble, he was sensible. It's a shame things ended this way. Jake ponders. A final mission. Is it to scout an escape route? One last job for his pay. The commander explains the mission. Hold back the traitors' assault tomorrow, buying time for their lord. His eyes are resolute. The mission? Stand and fight until he dies for their lord. The commander holds a large, glowing red gem. It's the remainder of their payment, enough for years. Jake lunges, sword drawn. What is the meaning of this? He demands, anger flashing. Jake glares, eyes red with fury. Did you take me for a fool just because I smile? He points to the impaled soldiers. Do you really think those bastards will just let us go? The commander is in a forest, facing a coughing armored figure. He states, "You're mercenaries, not knights." The commander supports the coughing figure, helping them rise. A moment of unexpected compassion. Jake's eyes widen under his helmet. It's a trap. He realizes fury consuming him. Jake charges on horseback. They're not allies, it's the Fang mercenaries, you bastards. Jake screams in rage, purple energy radiating. You know nothing of honor. Honor is. He leaps through the air, a blur of motion, delivering a powerful, swift attack. Armored boots hit the ground with a heavy thud, blood splattering from the impact. Blood splatters his helmet. Jake's eyes still burn red, a silent, deadly resolve. Jake smirks at the commander. Those bastards are more fired up about tearing us to shreds. Jake's eyes narrow. Don't tell me, are you actually counting on this foolish plan? The commander looks away, determined. He advises Jake to focus on completing his mission. The commander's eyes widen. Aside from killing you to take command, there is no other way. Jake's face is contorted in fury. Turns out you're the worst scum of them all. They stand, facing each other in a tense standoff. The air crackles with unspoken rage. The commander's eyes glow green. I'm sure you've already made arrangements to stop us. The commander stands resolute. The rebels will be satisfied with the heads of 2 commanders. Jake looks at the commander, surprised. 2, he asks, realizing the implication of his words. Jake looks solemn, facing the soldiers. He bears the responsibility for those who followed him. Jake stands proudly, radiating blue light. He is their leader, and he accepts his responsibility. The commander smiles sadly, a knowing look on his face. He understands Jake's resolve. The commander covers his face, a pained expression. That is the mark of a true leader. A tear falls from the commander's eye. If only you had been my lord, he whispers. The commander falls backward, his light fading. He makes a final, desperate sacrifice. Jake screams in anguish, his face distorted. Do not forgive me, the commander's voice echoes. The commander collapses, blood splattering across the ground. His sacrifice is made. Jake looks down, his eyes filled with despair. He never imagined the gap between them so vast. The commander falls, a fatal sword wound visible. He collapses, defeated in battle. Blood stains the commander's mouth. "This accursed thing they call talent," he murmurs. The commander lies defeated on the ground. "Well, I suppose this is it." He accepts his fate. A single drop of blood falls, reflecting his final thought. "I was always prepared for this end." Jake's closed eye sheds a tear. "If only I had been given the same change," he pleads. A man with orange hair looks intently at another man lying in bed. A new scene unfolds. The blonde-haired man lies in bed, eyes closed. "Who are you?" He wonders silently. A glowing hand reaches out from the light, seemingly to touch the man. The orange-haired man slaps the blonde man's face, shouting desperately, "Please wake up." The blonde man's face shows a red mark. "What in the world? Did I just get slapped?" The orange-haired man cries, wiping his nose. "Please pull yourself together, young Master Lucian." Blonde man sits up in bed, looking utterly confused by the sudden commotion. The blonde man's eyes are wide with shock. "What?" he thinks as reality shifts. Our hero sits up in a luxurious bed, looking utterly bewildered. A red-haired attendant weeps uncontrollably beside him. His eyes are wide with shock, golden irises gleaming in the light. He stares at his clean, unblemished hands. A thought echoes in his mind. What happened to my hands? He recalls them being ragged and blistered. Now they are smooth, clean, and delicate, almost glowing. They look like a young master's hands. He turns his gaze to the attendant, who continues to sniffle and sob loudly. What is happening here? The attendant clutches the blanket, wailing loudly. Our hero wonders who this emotional man is. The attendant cries out, expressing immense relief. He calls our hero young master again, confusing him. Our hero looks down, utterly perplexed by the attendant's words. This situation feels incredibly wrong. His brow furrows in confusion. What is all this nonsense the attendant is spouting, he wonders. The attendant, still kneeling, continues his dramatic monologue. Our hero remains completely bewildered by his words. A dark, swirling memory washes over him. A clear recollection of his own violent and certain demise. He remembers falling, surrounded by foes. A death so absolute that salvation was utterly impossible then. He gazes at the attendant, then back at his hands. A single question forms in his mind. He pieces together the strange events, his memories, and the attendant's words. One conclusion emerges. He rises from the bed, looking at his new body. He has ended up inside a complete stranger. His bare feet touch the elegant floor, a stark contrast to his past. This is definitely a new body. He stares at his reflection in a grand mirror, a smug smile forming. This body belongs to a noble. He admires the incredibly handsome face looking back at him. What an unexpected, fortunate turn of events. Fully dressed, he examines himself in the mirror. The attendant watches, still recovering from his emotional outburst. His reflection shows a body overflowing with undeniable elegance. This is clearly a life of privilege. The opulent room confirms it. He is now a noble from an incredibly wealthy, powerful family. First things first, he needs to gather more information. He turns to the attendant for answers. He clears his throat, addressing the attendant Hans. He has some crucial questions to ask. He looks at his reflection, then asks a vital question. What year is it? Hans looks bewildered. Hans, still confused, assumes our hero is simply dazed from medicine. He tries to reassure him gently. Hans states the year. 846 of the imperial calendar. Our hero's face contorts in pure shock. What? He whispers, stunned. This year is 15 years before the day he died. He stands on a glowing clock face, blood splattering around him. Has he truly returned to the past? He clenches his jaw, his eyes hardening with resolve. For now, he must focus on what needs doing. He continues, "All right, next question." Then, with a chilling tone, he tells Hans he's decided to die. Hans's face pales with terror. "Pardon?" He stammers, utterly bewildered by the sudden threat. Our hero's hand glows with ominous energy as it rests on Hans's chest. He condemns Hans's actions. He glares down at the terrified Hans. "Did the rules of this place change?" he asks coldly. His eyes pierce through Hans. If not, he demands, then answer this, who am I? Hands bows deeply, trembling in fear. He desperately begs for forgiveness from his young master. Hands, still terrified, reveals his identity. You are Lucian Valdek, third son of House Valdek. Our hero's eyes widen in disbelief. Valdek? He murmurs, a name that rings a familiar bell. He pictures a grand throne room and powerful figures. Is this the Valdek he once knew? The Valdek crest appears, a symbol of a prestigious noble family, a pillar supporting the entire empire. This family has long held immense power, rivaling even the imperial family itself. He remembers this. He leans against a doorframe, lost in thought. He died, yet woke up here at his old workplace. He remembers his past life, his lowly station, and the humiliation he endured from the wealthy. He recalls suffering every imaginable disgrace due to his status. His past life was harsh. He wonders how high he could have climbed if only he'd been given the same opportunities. A shattered mirror reflects both his past and present selves. Is this his chance to find out? He stands on a balcony, arms outstretched, bathed in sunlight. "Watch me," he declares, full of resolve. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He will show them just how high he can climb now. He walks through a lavish corridor, observing his new surroundings. He must adapt quickly to this place. Servants whisper and stare as he passes, looking at him strangely. This is not normal behavior. Their whispers confirm their surprise. Is that really young Master Lucian? He's finally out. He turns to Hans, asking if things seem off or if it's just his imagination. Hans explains that our hero, Lucian, has been shut away for over a year, seeing no one. Our hero looks puzzled. What does that even mean? He wonders, what could Lucian have lacked? He thinks of the Archduke, Sigmund, a powerful figure who wouldn't tolerate such behavior. There's no way such a powerful man would let his own son waste away idly. Either Lucian is a huge troublemaker, or there's a compelling reason for the Archduke's silence. A heavy boot steps into the room. Our hero realizes he must avoid the Archduke at all costs. A voice speaks, "So it seems the reports of your full recovery were true." Our hero looks. The head butler, Edwin, expresses his joy at seeing young Master Lucian fully recovered. Edwin, the head butler, asks if he's having any difficulty moving about. Our hero looks at him. This is head butler Edwin, a former hostage who rose to manage all household affairs with exceptional talent. He is Archduke Sigmund's right-hand man, a formidable and observant individual. This is bad. This isn't good, he thinks. He just ran into the last person he wanted to see. The only saving grace is that Edwin hasn't seen Lucian in a year. He has a chance. He decides to imitate the most noble person he knows, a knight he once admired greatly. He smiles confidently, thanking Edwin for his concern and claiming great improvement. He explains that he's been neglectful and shut in, now emerging to assess the family's situation. Edwin smiles, confirming House Valdek is strong and expressing relief at our hero's well-being. He laughs, confidently stating that with the head butler present, there could be no trouble. Edwin shows no suspicion. Our hero, relieved, prepares to leave, feeling confident in his act. As he turns to leave, Edwin stops him, apologizing for his bluntness, but requesting he delay his return. Edwin delivers the news. Archduke Sigmund wishes to see him immediately. Our hero is shocked. He now stands before the Archduke, a powerful and imposing figure. The meeting has begun. The Archduke, wearing a blindfold, exudes an aura of immense power and authority, unsettling our hero. The Archduke addresses him directly. "I will ask you a question, Lucian Valdek." The tension rises. Our hero stands nervously, his golden eyes filled with apprehension. He anticipates the Archduke's inquiry. The Archduke's face is grim as he asks the chilling question, "How are you still alive?" The Grand Duke's voice booms, a single word hanging heavy in the air, directed straight at our protagonist. He stands before the Grand Duke, a stark figure in the vast, opulent hall, awaiting the next words. A surprised expression crosses his face, a silent question forming. He asks for clarification, confused by the sudden accusation. The Grand Duke's eyes narrow, his face contorted in disbelief and rage. His question echoes with a chilling intensity. A harsh sound rips through the air. He collapses onto the cold, hard floor, a victim of the Duke's fury. He lies prostrate, eyes wide with shock, gazing up at the towering figure of the enraged Grand Duke. Slowly, with effort, he pushes himself back to his feet, facing the Duke with a renewed, wary gaze. He stands before the Grand Duke, who sits imperiously at his grand desk, the tension palpable between them. Again, a look of bewilderment washes over his face. He utters a soft pardon, seeking understanding. Turning his head slightly, he repeats his question, demanding to know the true meaning behind the Grand Duke's words. The Grand Duke, with a hardened expression, reveals his initial intention to simply ignore the situation entirely. His hand clenches, as he accuses our protagonist of exploiting his late mother's memory as a mere pretext. A somber painting of a woman in repose appears, a visual representation of the sensitive topic at hand. The Grand Duke continues his harsh reprimand, accusing him of neglecting his duties and behaving childishly. His voice hardens, stating unequivocally that our protagonist has now irrevocably crossed a crucial boundary. A sharp quack sound accompanies the Grand Duke's grip, tightening on his chair's armrest. The Duke recalls his year-long seclusion, dismissing it as a mere protest, a stubborn act of defiance. His gaze intensifies, condemning the cavalier disregard shown for his own very existence, a grave offense. The Grand Duke's final accusation lands heavily, stating that he even tried to inflict harm upon himself. Our protagonist reels back, a gasp escaping his lips, desperately trying to halt the Duke's accusations. His mind races, trying to comprehend the gravity of the Grand Duke's words. What could this mean? A vivid flashback appears. He lies in bed while another figure weeps beside him, a scene of distress. Realization dawns on his face. He connects the Duke's words to the memory, understanding the past commotion. He clutches his head, a wave of distress washing over him as the implications of the memory sink in. He looks up, a tremor in his voice as he addresses the Grand Duke, seeking answers. He tries to explain, a serious expression on his face, believing there's a profound misunderstanding at play. His gaze hardens, a clear resolve in his voice as he prepares to speak his final piece. The Grand Duke commands, challenging him to reveal his hidden thoughts, to open his supposedly narrow mind. He stands silent for a moment, absorbing the Grand Duke's challenge, a complex mix of emotions brewing. His back faces the viewer, a silhouette against the grand backdrop, as he prepares to confront the Duke. The Grand Duke presses further, implying this confrontation was always the intended outcome of their meeting. The sound of a tight grip fills the air, emphasizing the Grand Duke's unwavering, fierce determination. He recalls the past, remembering his weak body and his own hands used to commit a desperate act. He remembers the sleeping pills, forced into his mouth to create a scene, the very reason for this interrogation. His eyes widen in horror, a single word escaping his lips. As the full, shocking truth hits him, a wave of frustration washes over him. He finally understands his memory gap concerning the lost brother. His expression shifts to one of grim determination. The missing pieces click into place. He finally remembers everything. A name appears, etched in memory. Lucian Waldeck, the third son, shrouded in a tragic past. The narration takes us back 15 years, to a time when he served as a guard within these very walls. A hushed crowd gathers, murmuring softly around a coffin, a scene of collective grief and sorrow. The truth is stark. He died. The man in the coffin, Lucian, is forever lost to them. Sudden, raw emotion erupts, a poignant reflection of the deep sorrow surrounding the event. The story's title appears, The Grand Duke's Third Son, setting the stage for the narrative. The Grand Duke's imposing figure dominates the panel, a portrait of power and authority. 4 distinct figures stand upon a map, representing the Grand Duke's 4 sons, his legacy. Each son, a separate branch of the family tree, descended from different mothers, a complex lineage. He reflects on his decade of service within the palace, recalling his long tenure as a guard. He remembers encounters with the young lords and their mothers, fleeting glimpses into their lives. His thoughts turn specifically to Lucian, the third son, the one shrouded in mystery. He admits a strange void in his memory, unable to recall ever meeting Lucian or his mother. A melancholic image shows Lucian's mother, frail in bed, succumbing to an early illness. Soon after his mother's passing, Lucian followed, his death attributed to an unknown, lingering cause. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the silence, emphasizing the abruptness of the tragedy. He simply followed his mother, joining her in death, leaving behind a profound emptiness. A heavy thud reverberates, a somber echo of the finality of their passing. He confesses his past assumption, dismissing their deaths as mere sickness, never questioning deeper reasons. His expression darkens. He now knows a deeper, more sinister reason lies behind their tragic fate. Pressures of his mother's death and his precarious family standing weighed heavily upon him. The burden proved too immense for a young boy to bear, crushing his spirit under its weight. In his desperation, he turned to sleeping pills, nearly reaching a fatal overdose, a cry for help. He clutches his head, reliving the agony of that moment, the raw pain etched on his face. All he wanted was a sliver of the Grand Duke's attention, a desperate plea for recognition. Yet, during his year-long isolation, a critical miscalculation sealed his tragic, irreversible fate. He underestimated his frail body's limits, unable to withstand the drug's overwhelming force. Overwhelmed by the potent effects, he succumbed, his young life tragically cut short. The pills slipped from his grasp. He died right there in that moment, a silent, sudden end. A heavy sigh escapes, a sound of profound regret and somber acceptance of the past. He reflects on the painful revelation, realizing this newfound knowledge is now a heavy burden. The Duke's harshness was directed at a son he hadn't seen in an entire, long year. He initially thought the Grand Duke's scolding was excessive, but now he understands differently. The harshness now seems almost natural, an inevitable consequence of the painful, hidden truth. A grand greenhouse stretches out, filled with blooming flowers and lush greenery under a bright sky. It feels like a place of peace. The Grand Duke walks through the vibrant garden, his butler following a respectful distance behind him. Footsteps echo softly. The butler observes the Grand Duke, noting his thoughtful expression. This place holds deep meaning for the powerful man before him. He reflects on this greenhouse. It was the cherished sanctuary of the late Grand Duchess, a special memory for them both. The Grand Duke hasn't visited this garden for a long time. His presence here now must signify something important, a moment of reflection. The butler recalls our hero's past behavior. He was often busy, his eyes darting around as if constantly afraid of something unseen. He remembers our hero whining like a wild dog, even when his voice was raised only a little. Such a timid and fearful demeanor. He muses that our hero has changed dramatically. This transformation is unexpected, especially given his previous disposition and fears. The butler thinks of the Grand Duke's affection for the late Grand Duchess. Her child, our hero, would never be easily cast aside. He watches the Grand Duke walk, his thoughts heavy. The Grand Duke's steps are deliberate, measured, and full of quiet resolve. The butler addresses his master internally. He notes how different our hero's recent attitude has been from his usual self. He once believed our hero's only resemblance to his mother was his appearance. But now, that thought has begun to change. Today, for the very first time, the butler wonders if he might have been entirely wrong about our hero's true character. The Grand Duke confirms the butler's observation, acknowledging our hero's newfound confidence. He looked straight into his eyes. He describes our hero's appearance as resolute and confident, without a single waver in his gaze. It was truly a surprising sight. The butler suggests our hero possesses a tender heart and deep thoughtfulness. He merely hesitated compared to the other young masters. The Grand Duke nods, agreeing that our hero has inherited his blood. This lineage suggests a strength yet to be fully revealed. He states that our hero's true capabilities remain to be seen. His future path will test him in ways he cannot yet imagine. The Grand Duke lets out a short, dismissive breath. He knows the tasks ahead for our hero are far from simple or easily resolved. He believes the challenges placed before our hero from this point forward are not things that can be solved with just a few words. The butler, concerned, informs the Grand Duke of a new problem. His voice is measured, conveying the gravity of the situation. He reveals that while our hero's support funds were resumed, some of the money has been confirmed as leaked to outsiders. The Grand Duke listens intently. He asks the butler to elaborate on the nature of this problem he has just presented. The butler explains that the second young master, Geordie Waldeck, is involved in the leakage of funds. His intentions are clear. He further details that Geordie dismissed the headmaid assisting our hero and replaced her with his own associate, a blatant move. The Grand Duke lets out a tusk. He acknowledges Geordie is a capable child, but his methods and ambitions seem rather narrow. He understands Geordie's deep resentment towards our hero due to their maternal families. However, his persistence is becoming tiresome. The Grand Duke tells his butler not to intervene in this matter. Our hero must face this challenge on his own. The butler expresses concern, asking if this isn't too harsh for someone just starting to find his footing and take his first steps. The Grand Duke dismisses Geordie's actions as a petty trick. It wouldn't have worked if our hero had managed his surroundings properly. He believes this situation is the price our hero must pay for not having come to his senses over the past year of idleness. The Grand Duke concludes that this actually works out well. He wants to observe how our hero handles this test of his abilities. He states that if our hero cannot even handle this relatively simple challenge, there would be no reason to have any expectations for him. The Grand Duke emphasizes that even if the blood of their powerful family becomes the key, one must still act decisively. He firmly believes that opening the door to one's own destiny must always be done by one's own hands, not relying on others. A few days later, the scene shifts to the manor. The Grand Duke's words hang in the air, setting the stage for our hero's trial. Two servants whisper amongst themselves, their faces showing concern. They wonder how many days our hero has been acting this way. One servant asks if our hero has locked himself in his room again. Their hushed tones suggest this is a recurring issue. Our hero is shown looking distressed, with electricity crackling around him. It is now the third day since his support funds were stopped. He recalls telling his helper that the support funds had resumed after a successful talk with the Grand Duke. He had to maintain the facade. He reflects that given the complicated relationship between himself and the Grand Duke, their conversation must not have been easy at all. Our hero thinks that he must have summoned tremendous courage to face the Grand Duke and secure the resumption of his funds. He pretends to be upset, wiping tears from his eyes, performing a convincing display of sadness and emotional turmoil for his helper. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face as he secretly reveals a handful of gleaming gold coins. His act was a diversion. He lets out a maniacal laugh, his eyes glinting with ambition. The facade drops, revealing his true, calculating nature. He declares that with this significant amount of money, it's definitely worth taking a shot at his grand plan. His goal is to completely overhaul his weak body, transforming it into something powerful. He flexes, imagining the strength. He confidently states that he can make that elixir. His knowledge from his past life gives him a unique advantage in this world. Our hero, now in his room, is intently working at a table, surrounded by various brewing tools and ingredients. He is focused. He thinks about his loyal helper, Hans, who must be full of curiosity about what he's doing behind the closed door. He acknowledges that Hans is quite loyal, diligently guarding the door as ordered, preventing any unwanted intrusions into his work. He is starting with brewing tools that a son of a Grand Duke would never have touched in his entire noble life. This is new territory. Among his ingredients is an herb that is incredibly expensive. It only grows under moonlight, making it extremely rare and valuable. This is the moonlight herb, whose common usage hasn't even been established yet in this era. He knows its true potential. He realizes that even though he squandered his entire allowance buying this herb, it's a worthy investment for his future plans. He tells himself, Hans, it is not too late. He is preparing to give a crucial instruction to his helper, a secret mission. He orders Hans to buy up all the moonlight herb available. He is playing a long game, anticipating its future value. He understands he might look like a crazy person right now, making such an unusual request, but he sees the bigger picture clearly. He knows that in just 1 year from now, the value of the moonlight herb will dramatically increase, far beyond anyone's current imagination. He emphatically declares that its price will skyrocket, not just 10 times, but over 20 times its current value. His eyes gleam with a fierce determination. He is gambling on his foresight, ready to seize control of his destiny. He considers the Alchemist Guild, acknowledging their boldness in their past endeavors. They took significant risks to achieve greatness. At that point, the success of their grand project must have been unclear, yet they pushed forward with their ambitions. They bravely scraped up all the moonlight herbs in the entire empire, a monumental undertaking that paid off immensely. It was truly a gamble of a lifetime. a massive wager on the fate of their entire guild, yet they emerged victorious. Thanks to their audacious boldness, they succeeded in creating an unprecedented elixir that eventually shook the entire empire. They managed to develop the nectar, a drink so powerful it was hailed as the drink of the gods by many. Due to their arrogance in mentioning God for a mere drug, they even faced the danger of blasphemy charges, a serious offense. However, once its incredible efficacy became widely known, everyone was busy praising it as if nothing controversial had ever happened. A proposition had never been denied for over 1,000 years. The inherent limit of a martial artist, determined at birth. The realm of a martial artist is determined the moment they are born. This innate limit defines their potential and future strength. This inherent nature is destiny, an unchangeable constitution that no one can defy. It was an absolute, unbreakable law. What shattered that common sense into pieces, what completely overturned this long-held belief, was the legendary nectar. Just by drinking nectar, it transformed even those individuals with zero talent into useful and capable swordsmen, defying all previous limits. Of course, the version he made falls far short of the original's efficacy. His current concoction is a weaker imitation, and it is nothing more than a mass-produced type, lacking the true divine power of the original nectar, but it's still potent. However, to raise up a body broken to this extent, there is absolutely nothing better than this concoction right now. He recounts that later, when a chaotic era began across the empire, the first target to burn was the Alchemist Guild. This was because the nectar recipe, which had shaken the balance of power, was considered too dangerous and volatile in itself. Thanks to that, the original recipe for nectar vanished entirely from the world, becoming a lost secret of a bygone era. However, through diligent effort, he managed to gather clues and somehow make something similar to the legendary elixir. He acknowledges that, of course, most guys who experimented like him, trying to recreate such potent elixirs, died from severe side effects. Anyway, he decides enough talk. The time for action has arrived. He prepares himself for the momentous step he is about to take. He takes a deep breath and quickly drinks the elixir down the hatch, committing to the unknown path before him. Blue energy surges into him. From now on, what truly matters is the process of circulating this power within his body. Hans nervously glances back, his steps hesitant as he follows. He's clearly worried about the one behind him. He stands in the doorway, a silent sentinel, his back to the viewer. The room beyond is bright. Hans bursts into tears, his face contorted with worry and frustration. He's clearly been through a lot. His voice cracks with emotion, recounting the terror he felt. He couldn't get a response earlier. Wiping a tear, he confesses his fear. He was terrified something terrible had happened inside. He embraces Hans, a gesture that clearly takes the attendant by surprise. A moment of unexpected comfort. A gentle, knowing smile plays on his lips. He understands Hans's concern completely. His eye, a piercing golden hue with a slit pupil, reveals a hidden intensity within. Hans looks utterly bewildered, questioning the identity of the person before him. Something feels off. 3 versions of Hans express utter confusion, scrutinizing the smiling figure. He seems different now. He maintains a subtle, closed-eye smile, aware of Hans's growing suspicion. He knows what's happening. Hans ponders, a thoughtful expression on his face. He senses a profound shift in his master. His hand rests over his chest, a subtle gesture. The physical changes are gradual, not immediate. His attire is neat, his posture calm. Outwardly, little has changed, but the true transformation lies deeper. A glowing heart pulses with vibrant blue energy. The true essence, the very core, is evolving rapidly. The heart radiates with immense power, transforming at an astonishing, almost unbelievable pace. A new era begins. He gazes forward, a confident smirk on his face. This incredible change is possible due to his innate constitution. He takes a firm step forward, his boots clicking softly. This marks the beginning of a new journey. His gaze shifts, a resolute determination in his eyes. He is absolutely certain of this new path. He stands before a monumental chess piece, dwarfed by its size. He recognizes immense potential within himself. A sly smile spreads across his face as he makes an ambitious declaration. He will surpass his past self. Hans looks utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind his master's words. He is completely lost. He firmly grasps Hands by the shoulders, his sudden action causing Hands to flinch in surprise. His gaze is intense, his words serious. He delivers a powerful message, emphasizing its singular importance. He grins maniacally, his eyes gleaming with ambition, urging Hands to commit everything. There's no turning back. Striking a confident pose, he declares their shared ascent to greatness. Hands stares in utter disbelief. He winks and flashes a peace sign, expressing playful jealousy. He admires Hands's current opportunity greatly. Chibai Hands appears, still utterly perplexed by his master's dramatic shift in personality and demeanor. A week later, he strolls through a peaceful forest, arms behind his head, Hands following closely. They walk together through the sun-dappled woods. He stretches contentedly, enjoying the refreshing morning air. Feasts are served, his room is cleaned, and his bed is made. He enjoys the effortless luxury of noble life. He smiles, reminiscing about his past struggles with hunger. This luxurious life is a stark contrast. His hands gesture thoughtfully as he reflects. Recovery allowed him to also tackle a nagging concern. His eye narrows as he recalls the investigation. The guard, Jake, never existed in the records. He observes the guard captain, confirming the absence of the mysterious Jake. His old shift was taken. He clasps his hands, a contemplative expression. He concludes that this outcome is actually for the best. He looks mortified, hands covering his face. Confronting his past self would be utterly unbearable. Hands watches, surprised, as his master trembles slightly. He wonders what could be bothering him. He turns, a serious expression on his face. Hands calls out his name, sensing a shift. Hands stammers, his face pale with fear. He can't believe his master intends to enter that place. Hands insists, eyes wide with disbelief at his master's feigned ignorance. He definitely did say that. Hands recalls the painful past, mentioning the second young master. He remembers his master's vow. A bloodied training dummy lies on the ground, a sword discarded nearby. It was a cruel opportunity. A defeated figure crouches in the shadows. This was a deliberate act to keep him away forever. He walks with purpose, his steps firm and unwavering. He is ready to face the past. He speaks with firm resolve, instructing Hands to trust and follow him. His determination is clear. Hands follows obediently, his steps hesitant but steady. He places his trust in his master. Two guards exchange bewildered glances, their faces etched with surprise. They question the news they've heard. One guard confirms the incredible news. The third young master arrived at the training hall. The guard captain strokes his mustache, a sly smile playing on his lips. He hears the details. His eye glows with a sinister green light. He believes this visit is an opportunity for mischief. A menacing smile spreads across his face. He orders a report, planning a cruel reception for our guy. He surveys the training hall, utterly impressed. It far exceeds his already high expectations. A somber expression crosses his face as he reflects. He wonders if a place like this could have saved his own. The guards watch, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. He has certainly caught their attention. He maintains a serious demeanor, Hands by his side. They recall the painful lesson from a year ago. Hendrik smiles mockingly, his eyes full of malice. He relishes recalling our guy's past humiliation. Hendrik questions Hands, who looks utterly terrified. He taunts them about their lingering fear of this place. Hands trembles, his fear palpable. Hendrik remarks on the audacity of bringing a mere servant here. Hendrik bows slightly, offering a sarcastic greeting. Our guy watches him, his expression unreadable. A painful memory surfaces. Young Lucian being cruelly beaten. Hendrik's past actions are clearly remembered. Hendrik's smile turns sadistic as he recalls the past. He found joy in inflicting pain. Our guy smiles, his eyes shadowed, a hint of danger in his expression. He's ready for this. He grins widely, his golden eyes gleaming with menace and anticipation. He finds this confrontation amusing. A knight is the incarnation of honor and loyalty, usually born of noble blood. It is customary for them to master both martial arts and proper etiquette from a young age. Only when they establish their merit upon the battlefield, or through missions, are their achievements duly recognized. Then they finally receive the title of knight from their liege, and realize the completeness of their existence. In the end, however, our guy thinks they are no different from hunting dogs wearing expensive collars. His eyes narrow, a cynical glint appearing as he ponders their true nature, feeling a deep disdain. That is why they are obligated to show courtesy to the liege who provides them with wealth and honor. Yet look at this arrogant attitude from the retainer, striking a pose that clearly shows his disdain. He believes our guy's low standing within the family must have played a part in this whole situation. But relying on his backer to act out is the biggest factor here, a chain of influence holding him. Our guy watches him, his internal thoughts dark, imagining the retainer chained and helpless, completely at his mercy. If it were up to him, the situation would be handled very differently, with swift and decisive action. He would have started by reforging the retainer's mind using some intense training methods. A cruel thought, but that Grand Duke would not sit idly by for such a thing, making it a complicated political dance. Regardless, a knight is a core military power and a vital asset to the family, so punishment needs procedure. Punishment without formal procedure only creates unnecessary friction. It is not the time just yet for rash action. He believes it seems foolish to avoid the training hall simply because of what happened in the past. Our guy approaches the retainer, announcing his intent to stop by often from now on to learn the sword forms. The retainer bursts into laughter, finding our guy's words quite skilled at joking, mocking his ambition openly. Our guy remains composed as the retainer explains. If you are past the age of 15, you can consider it over. Sword forms are the secret techniques and legacy created by their ancestors. Simply mimicking the movements grants enlightenment, and it evolves the physical body. They are the essence of ancient wisdom. However, there's a catch that is only meaningful on the premise that the path of mana is open. Since that path closes starting at 16, it would be nothing more or less than physical exertion for our guy. Sword forms are just a hollow shell. Without enlightenment, they are nothing more than a dance. He sarcastically asks if that would suit our guy. Why not take this opportunity to become the Empire's #1 dancer? That way he finds his true aptitude. The retainer smirks, believing our guy is speechless and unable to say a word, completely defeated by his logic. But our guy's eye glows, revealing the truth. The path of mana closing at 16 is a complete lie. Our guy thinks of the retainer as a fool, crushed by his own ignorance, unable to utter a single rebuttal. A worm who gets mocked by a retainer yet is too terrified to move, displaying that pathetic nature once more. Just like a year ago, the retainer shows his true colors, revealing himself to be utterly despicable and weak. Our guy's hand twitches, a subtle movement, as he prepares to drop a bombshell that will change everything. He calmly corrects the retainer. The path of mana closes around the age of 25, not 16. The retainer's confident expression falters. Our guy then asks if Brother Geordie shares this view as well. The retainer, trying to regain composure, confidently states that it ends here, assuming his brother's support is absolute. He raises a hand, certain that since he mentioned his brother, our guy won't be able to refute him. Our guy places a hand on the retainer's shoulder, looking him dead in the eye, a chilling intensity in his gaze. The young apprentice looks on, confused and worried, wondering why he's being dragged into this escalating tension. He timidly asks our guy why he's being involved, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden shift in atmosphere. The retainer suddenly screams, flailing his arms, accusing our guy of being confused about common sense. He continues to rant, yelling that such ignorance at our guy's age makes no sense, needing to be restrained. The retainer struggles against the other man holding him back, believing this is a shame to the family. Our guy watches the retainer's outburst, a dark, knowing smile playing on his lips, enjoying the chaos he created. He asks the retainer, his voice dripping with menace, if he's trying to deceive him, the son of his liege. The retainer immediately starts sweating, his arrogant facade crumbling as he tries to backtrack on his words. He apologizes profusely, claiming he simply misspoke because he couldn't believe the current situation unfolding before him. Our guy's menacing smile grows wider as he challenges the retainer, asking if a knight would truly do something so petty. The retainer, now desperate, quickly agrees that it is a matter of course, trying to save face. Our guy's expression darkens, his eyes cold and sharp, He declares this is a matter they cannot overlook lightly. He smiles again, a chilling, triumphant grin, as he prepares to deliver the final blow to the retainer's confidence. Our guy addresses the retainer again, his voice firm, asking if he now clearly understands the gravity of this issue. He points at himself with a dramatic flourish, declaring that any past faults were his own for wasting time. Our guy looks up, his expression earnest, asking how he could possibly rebuke the retainer for his past mistakes. However, he then points at the retainer and his brother, stating that hindering talent with incorrect knowledge is unacceptable. The young apprentice watches, terrified, as our guy continues his passionate speech, his words echoing ominously in the hall. Our guy finishes with a flourish, declaring that, as one who carries the Valdec name, it is only right that he be outraged. The retainer flinches, his bravado completely gone, realizing the severity of the situation is far beyond his control. Our guy taps the retainer's shoulder, his expression grim, telling him he had best prepare himself for what's coming. He declares his intention to report this to their father, a threat that sends shivers down the retainer's spine. The retainer's eye widens in terror, recalling how our guy used to tremble just hearing his name. Why is he doing this? He remembers our guy as frail as a baby lamb, now wondering if this brat was always like this, so menacing. The retainer stands alone in a dark, ominous forest, the shadows deepening around him, realizing his predicament. He walks in a daze, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing, completely lost in his shock and fear. The retainer's face contorts in pure terror, his mouth agape, as he finally understands the true scope of the disaster. He looks up, gasping, seeing someone arrive, a new figure stepping into the scene at this critical moment. Our guy watches, a subtle smirk on his face, noting that the timing for this new arrival is just right. Guards clash in the courtyard, their movements sharp and tense. A young master observes them, a serious expression on his face. Our young master rushes forward, his face etched with panic. One guard holds another by the collar, their dispute escalating rapidly. He tries desperately to explain the situation to the stern-faced older brother. The guard looks on, his entire body trembling with anxiety. The older brother raises a hand, his gaze piercing through the young master. He commands silence, his voice brooking no argument. A chilling disappointment washes over the older brother's face. The young master flinches, caught in the crosshairs of his brother's cold stare. The older brother leans in, whispering sharp words that cut deep. The young master's eyes widen in shock, utterly speechless by the accusation. He scolds the young master for being easily swayed by someone younger. The words hit hard, leaving the young master looking utterly devastated. The older brother grips the young master's shoulder firmly, telling him to control his expression. His imposing presence dominates the scene. A cold, knowing smirk plays on the older brother's lips. He looks down with disdain, asserting his power and control over the situation. The older brother turns, his back to them, and walks away. The attendant looks nervously at the young master, sensing impending trouble. The attendant calls out to the older brother, his voice filled with worry. The young master stands frozen, a storm brewing within his mind. A subtle, calculating smirk slowly forms on the young master's face. He watches his brother leave, a new plan already taking shape. The older brother strides confidently through the hall, exuding authority. He is truly a noble, moving with an air of undeniable power. His presence is commanding, a true successor befitting their noble lineage. Yet, whispers suggest internal struggles within the family hierarchy. The older brother stops, facing the young master and his worried attendant. The air crackles with unspoken tension between them. The young master offers a wide, almost theatrical smile. His expression is bright, but a hint of something mischievous lurks beneath. The older brother regards him with a cold, distant gaze. He asks if the young master has been well, his tone devoid of warmth. He stands tall, looking down at the young master and his attendant. The young master maintains his unnervingly cheerful demeanor. The young master feigns confusion, asking for clarification on damaged dignity. He tries to play innocent, putting his brother on the spot. The older brother's expression hardens as he reveals he witnessed everything. His words imply complete knowledge of the incident. His eyes narrow, a dark intensity in their depths. The older brother's silence speaks volumes, amplifying the tension in the room. The young master repeats, "Damaged the dignity," with a dramatic shrug. He still pretends to be clueless, pushing his brother's patience. The older brother explains that the knight's past retreat was a mistake. He implies the young master's actions are now compounding issues. The knight flinches visibly, his face contorting in guilt. He is clearly aware of the gravity of the situation and his own perceived failure. The older brother speaks of the knight's sacrifices, the blood shed for their family. He emphasizes the weight of such unwavering loyalty. His eyes glow with an inner fire, radiating authority and unwavering conviction. The older brother's power is palpable in this moment. He points directly at the young master, challenging his right to criticize the knight. The young master looks momentarily taken aback. The young master's pleasant facade cracks slightly, revealing a flash of annoyance. He clearly dislikes being lectured by his older brother. A faint smirk plays on the older brother's lips as he advises respect for knights. He underlines their crucial role in the family's existence. He gestures with a powerful sweep of his hand, an aura of command surrounding him. The older brother declares the family stands because of loyalty. He turns to the assembled onlookers, bowing slightly in apology. The older brother takes responsibility for the day's commotion on behalf of his junior. He frames the young master's actions as an immature child's mistake, requesting generosity from everyone present. His words are calculated. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the older brother's face. He savors the moment, clearly enjoying his carefully orchestrated performance. The young master thinks to himself, acknowledging his older brother's cunning mind. He recognizes the strategic brilliance behind the words. He realizes his older brother is subtly twisting the narrative. The older brother implies the young master insulted the knights themselves. The young master understands his older brother is cleverly saving face while making him look like the villain. It's a masterful manipulation. A faint, knowing smile touches the young master's lips. He decides to play along, conceding this small victory to his older brother. The young master praises his older brother, calling it expected. His tone is laced with sarcasm, which the older brother seems to miss. He continues his mock apology, suggesting it would be fitting for his brother to scold him. The performance is expertly delivered. The young master bows theatrically, expressing gratitude for such valuable teachings. His sarcasm is now barely concealed. The attendant panics, urging the young master to stop talking immediately. He fears the young master is digging an even deeper hole. The older brother's eyes narrow dangerously, a spark of irritation igniting. He sees through the young master's thinly veiled insolence. The young master, with a triumphant, almost manic grin, declares himself ashamed. He loudly professes to learn from the situation. The older brother's eyes glow intensely, radiating dark fury. He stares intently, barely containing his rage at the young master's antics. The young master, with a wide, mocking smile, loudly proclaims his newfound wisdom. He makes a spectacle of his learning experience. He turns sharply and begins to walk away, a deliberate stride. The older brother watches him go, his expression still full of anger. The older brother explodes, calling the young master fearless. He demands to know if he truly believes he can simply walk away. The young master turns, a serious expression on his face. He reminds his older brother that their father is watching their every move. His eyes narrow, a calculating glint in them. The young master implies his older brother has more to lose in this public confrontation. He reiterates that he has nothing to lose, unlike his older brother. With that final jab, the young master turns to leave for good. The young master bolts, dragging his attendant along. The older brother watches them go, his face contorted with barely restrained fury. "Hey, let's bolt quickly!" The young master exclaims while his attendant cries out in despair, "Young master!" The older brother's aide asks if it's truly okay to let him leave. The older brother's face is a mask of simmering rage. His eyes burn with an intense, powerful aura, radiating pure indignation. The older brother's fury is a palpable force in the air. The young master and his attendant run through a lush, green landscape. The attendant still looks incredibly distressed and fearful. The attendant glances back nervously over his shoulder. He's clearly worried about the older brother's reaction and potential retaliation. The attendant hesitates, stopping in his tracks. He looks at the young master, a silent plea for reassurance in his eyes. The young master turns, a calm and understanding expression on his face. He sees the fear reflected in his loyal attendant's eyes. The attendant cries openly, fearing the older brother's wrath. He knows the consequences of their public defiance will be severe. The attendant, now a tiny, crying creature, explains his fear of the scary mustache knight. The young master calmly tells him to relax. A dark, shadowy figure looms over the attendant in a flashback. It represents the oppressive burden of an incompetent superior's anger. The attendant is shown huddled in a dim, cold cell, utterly defeated. It highlights the crushing feeling of helplessness under unfair authority. The young master smirks, acknowledging the attendant's pain. He understands how sh*TTY it feels and tells him to get up. The attendant, still crying, expresses fear of a mere knight's actions. The young master firmly promises that won't ever happen. The young master extends a hand, offering a silent promise of support. The attendant looks up, hope dawning in his tear-filled eyes. He explains that subordinates suffer most when their masters act foolishly. The young master's voice is filled with earnest conviction. The attendant cries, realizing how much worse it must have been for him. The young master, with gentle empathy, offers comfort. The young master looks at him with resolute determination, making a solemn promise. His gaze is firm, unwavering in its commitment. He declares he will never allow his people to be looked down upon. The young master will ensure they never tremble in fear again. Their hands clasp, a powerful handshake sealing the heartfelt promise. A bright, hopeful light emanates from their joined hands. A serene morning dawns over the magnificent estate, birds chirping softly in the distance. A peaceful start to the day. Inside, along the opulent hallway, two figures move with purpose, one carrying a slumped form, their heavy footsteps echoing. The footsteps continue, drawing closer down the polished hall as the determined figure carries his companion. A quiet urgency. He recalls the recent training hall incident, a strange calm settling in its wake, making him question the unusual quiet. Our hero reflects, knowing the enemy's true nature. He believes the enemy wouldn't simply let things go without a fight. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a clear sign of his conviction. He won't passively accept any injustice. A fierce resolve lights his eyes. He knew this moment would come, anticipating the enemy's inevitable move. His fist glows with a menacing purple aura, revealing his anger. He sees through their petty schemes easily. His face contorts with rage, eyes burning with a golden light. He's waited a long time for this confrontation. He stands, seething with anger, as a voice confirms his suspicions. The tension in the room is palpable. His loyal companion, equally enraged, shouts in protest, his face red with indignation at the perceived slight. Both stand united in their fury, facing the head maid. This transgression, they declare, will not be overlooked. Our hero turns to his companion, a question in his gaze, seeking confirmation of his readiness for the impending challenge. Hans responds with unwavering loyalty and determination, ready to stand by his master through whatever comes next. Our hero's fury intensifies, his expression tight with disbelief and anger at the audacity of the other party. His hand trembles, emanating a dark aura, as his rage boils over at the thought of his allowance being touched. Hans explodes in a fit of rage, his own salary also affected. His loyalty is unwavering, and his anger is palpable. The story's title appears, setting the stage for a tale of reincarnation and noble family drama, hinting at hidden powers. A cheerful smile graces his face as he holds the budget plan. This innocent start hides the chaos it will soon unleash. The letter shimmers with an ethereal glow, a symbol of the exciting possibilities he imagines it holds for him. His smile is wide and expectant. He anticipates purchasing rare herbs and stocking up on vital, much-needed supplies. He gazes out the window, picturing his replenished account. Today was supposed to be a day of financial abundance. He smiles, clutching the letter, convinced this day would bring prosperity. His expectations are high, soon to be shattered. His smile falters slightly as he rereads the details, a hint of confusion creeping into his otherwise joyful expression. His confusion deepens, eyes widening as he processes the information. Something is clearly amiss with the numbers. He stands stunned in the hallway, the realization hitting him hard. The letter flutters, reflecting his internal turmoil. The budget summary reveals a shocking truth. His allowance is cut by 75%, and Hans's salary is reduced by 30%. A close-up highlights Hans's drastic salary cut. The injustice is stark, sparking a fierce, indignant reaction within him. His expression hardens, a cold fury replacing his shock. He now understands the full extent of the betrayal. The shadowy figures of the second young master and a maid appear, their dark presence confirming his suspicions about his allowance. The planted headmaid is revealed, her sly expression confirming her role in the scheme. This was an inside job. They walk with purpose, knowing the severity of the crime. Embezzlement, even for nobles, carries a death sentence. He decisively opens a grand door, hands close behind. Their path is set for confrontation, no turning back now. He understands how this injustice occurred. A vulnerability in his defenses allowed the cunning enemy to exploit the system. His golden eye gleams with a sharp, calculating intensity, revealing a mind already strategizing its next, decisive move. A line of maids stands solemnly, a reminder of the past. The passing of his mother, the third Duchess, changed everything. He observes the maids, recalling the shift in power. After his mother's death, budget management was reassigned. The responsibility went to Dana, the former head maid, a loyal figure who had served him faithfully for many years. The narration emphasizes the contrast, pointing out the green little head maid as the true source of their current troubles. Jenny feigns innocence with a sweet smile, claiming this is their first face-to-face meeting, a subtle manipulation. Jenny curtsies elegantly, offering a polite greeting to our hero. Her pleasant demeanor hides a sinister intent beneath. Jenny introduces herself as Dana's replacement, a subtle hint at the power shift she orchestrated, her smile unwavering. He looks at her with a stern gaze as she claims she wanted to greet him earlier, but couldn't, hinting at his reclusion. Jenny's smile holds a slight edge as she notes his past reclusiveness, subtly implying his negligence during that time. Jenny's expression turns smug, her eyes glinting with a self-satisfied confidence as she pushes her subtle accusations. Hans erupts in anger, outraged by Jenny's disrespectful tone towards his master, his loyalty blazing fiercely. Our hero calmly intervenes, telling Hans to stand down. He acknowledges her point, despite her disrespectful delivery. Hans looks distressed, struggling to comprehend his master's unexpected reaction, his face etched with confusion and concern. Our hero smirks confidently, dismissing the pleasantries. He's ready to cut straight to the heart of the matter. He tightly grips the budget plan, his expression serious. More pressing issues demand immediate attention and resolution. His gaze is direct and unwavering. He's done with games, ready to pose a critical question without hesitation. He thrusts the budget plan towards Jenny, his voice sharp. He demands to know if she is responsible for its creation. Jenny offers a sly, knowing smile, a subtle chuckle escaping her lips, enjoying the unfolding drama she orchestrated. She giggles, feigning surprise that she was called about the budget. Her smugness reveals her awareness of the situation. Her smile remains as she calmly admits authorship. She openly takes responsibility for the controversial budget plan. She smirks, citing the young master's previous delegation of authority to the former headmaid, implying a loophole. She maintains her confident smile, asserting she merely followed orders. She presents herself as an obedient servant, not a culprit. A slight frown creases her brow, feigning perplexity. She expresses surprise at being questioned despite her supposed diligence. She looks genuinely offended, claiming diligent work. Her performance is a carefully crafted act of injured innocence. She chuckles condescendingly, reminding him of his past negligence. This, she implies, was his responsibility all along. His eye narrows, a glint of recognition. He anticipated her excuse, confirming his suspicions about her manipulative tactics. His expression is grim, acknowledging his own past negligence. This situation, he realizes, is partly his fault. He concedes her point, understanding his past oversight. It was an unavoidable consequence of his previous detachment. He continues, confirming the Duke's reissued funds. Most of the money, he explains, was meant for servant salaries. The funds were specifically allocated to increasing servant wages, a generous act intended to compensate for past hardships. He addresses the maids, acknowledging their past suffering due to his neglect. This raise, he suggests, is their due compensation. His expression darkens, a pause before he delivers his crucial point. There's a glaring inconsistency he must address. His eyes glow with piercing intensity as he poses the critical question. Why was Hans's salary cut, not increased? A blood-red X over Hans's name screams injustice. He challenges Jenny, asking if her blatant act isn't obvious. Jenny feigns shock, playing innocent. She suggests it must be a mistake, attempting to deflect the direct accusation. She smiles slyly, appealing to the other maids. Running a household, she implies, is complex. Mistakes are bound to happen. The other maids shift uncomfortably, caught between loyalty and fear. Jenny claims they can attest to her overwhelming workload. Jenny presses the maids for affirmation, her smile unwavering. They flinch, trapped in her manipulative gaze. The maids hesitantly agree, their voices trembling with apprehension. They are clearly intimidated into supporting Jenny's lie. They offer vague support, acknowledging Jenny's supposed busyness. Their forced agreement only highlights the underlying tension. Resigned, they vow to assist Jenny even more diligently. Their subservience is a clear indicator of her control over them. Our hero's golden eye narrows in disappointment, seeing the maid's fear. He understands their predicament, but is displeased. He turns sharply, dismissing the charade. Hans looks surprised but follows, leaving Jenny to her false victory. Hans questions his master's sudden retreat, bewildered by the apparent surrender. He expects a more decisive confrontation. He walks away, his words echoing ominously. He asserts ownership over his actions, hinting at a deeper, personal struggle. She has a few reasons why she hasn't dealt with the head made rashly. Her plans are meticulous, not impulsive. There are indeed a few solid reasons why she hasn't dealt with the head made so rashly. Her patience is strategic. Firstly, the head maid, Jenny, is no simple servant. She holds a deeper connection, making direct action complicated. She's the child of the nanny who raised the young lord since he was a baby. That familial bond is a strong shield. If she meddles carelessly with the head maid, she'll only make things worse. Every move requires careful consideration, so if she meddles with her carelessly, she'll only make things worse. This complex situation demands a thoughtful approach. Secondly, the chain of command on the young lord's side is a bigger mess than she had imagined. It's a tangled web. Given that the situation is beyond common sense, an appropriate solution is needed. Rashness would prove disastrous. Given that the situation is beyond common sense, an appropriate solution is needed. Simple force won't resolve this. And finally, there's no way the Archduke isn't aware of this whole situation. He's testing her. And finally, there's no way the Archduke isn't aware of this entire situation. He observes everything intently. In other words, sorting out this confusion is also part of the Archduke's test. She must prove her capabilities. In other words, sorting out this confusion is also part of the test. Her performance is under scrutiny. In that case, she'll have to show the Archduke exactly what she's capable of. She accepts the challenge, and while she does, she might as well make some money too. A little profit never hurts. A skilled hand shuffles the deck, preparing for the game. Her confidence is palpable, her intentions clear. The cards fan out perfectly, a display of practiced skill. She's ready to dominate the table, and while she does, she might make some money too. Her ambition extends beyond just the test. Mercenary's rebirth among nobles. A new chapter unfolds, full of intrigue and high stakes. The gambling chips pile high on the table, reflecting the growing intensity of the game. Fortunes are at stake. How many rounds in a row has he won? The onlookers are stunned by her winning streak. I quit. Her opponent, overwhelmed, throws in the towel. Her dominance is absolute. Isn't he incredibly talented? His opponent is supposed to be a seasoned player too. Murmurs of disbelief spread. I quit. The seasoned player, utterly defeated, can no longer continue. His spirit is broken. Quitting already. It was just starting to get fun. She teases her opponent, enjoying her victory. Why not stay a bit longer? She asks, a playful smirk on her face, Her confidence is magnetic. And no, thank you. I think it's best if I go now. The defeated man quickly retreats, embarrassed by his loss. When did the young master gain such skill? He wonders, utterly bewildered by her unexpected talent. Next round, isn't there anyone willing to play? She challenges, radiating an aura of invincibility. I came here hearing the rumors, but is this all there is? She thinks, a glint of ambition in her eye. After taking so much from them, it should be about time for that guy to make his move. She anticipates a new challenge. There he is. She exclaims, her gaze sharp and focused. The true opponent finally arrives. A new figure steps into the room, exuding a powerful aura. The manager, Hugo, has arrived. Well, I failed to recognize someone important. He speaks, acknowledging her presence with a hint of respect. I am Hugo, the manager of this establishment. He introduces himself, his voice calm but authoritative. Please forgive me for my late greeting. He offers a polite apology, a subtle acknowledgement of her status. I apologize for any inconvenience. Due to unavoidable circumstances, we'll be closed for today. The waiter is confused. The other customers are ushered out, their gambling abruptly ended. This establishment bends to her will. The next time you visit, we will be sure to treat you generously. Hugo offers a promise of future privilege. It may be inconvenient for our other customers, but that's a small price to pay. Her importance is clearly paramount, as long as young Lord Lucian can enjoy his time comfortably. Hugo's words hint at a deeper understanding. Oh, Hotilda, it's been quite a while since I last went out. You have a good eye. She responds, appreciating his perception. Then again, you'd need that much intuition to make a living in this business. She acknowledges his street smarts. Once again, I apologize for my belated greeting. Hugo reiterates his respect, showing deference to her. But it's truly astonishing, young lord. Hugo admits, impressed by her gambling prowess and reputation. It's been a while since I've seen a guest who has stacked the pot this high. Her winnings are truly remarkable. You personally? She asks, a challenge in her voice. She's interested in a formidable opponent. If it isn't too much trouble, would you mind if I were your opponent? Hugo proposes, his smile a mask. Of course, I wouldn't stand a chance against the young lord. Hugo says, feigning humility to lure her. But as the manager here, I've picked up a few tricks. Won't it at least be enough to pass the time? He challenges. Why, young master? Let's go home now, please. The attendant panics, sensing the danger in Hugo's demeanor. Already won so much money. I have a really bad feeling about that man. He tries to dissuade her. I've seen many scary people in the palace, so I know. The attendant's words echo his fear. That Hans? He hasn't been a personal attendant just for show. She recognizes the attendant's keen observation. Well, of course he would. She muses, understanding the attendant's insight. She trusts his judgment. Hugo, the Black Shark, is a name destined to one day shake the underworld. His reputation precedes him. His journey began in the dark alleys of a city, fueled by raw power and cunning. He rose from nothing. Even though all he had was brute strength, he carved his path through the brutal underworld. A formidable force. There were no obstacles before him. A man armed with both violence and cunning. He eliminated all opposition. He quickly rose to prominence, extending his reach into gambling, smuggling, and contract killings. His empire grew. After extending his reach to gambling, smuggling, and even contract killings, he became a king. He became the king of the night, ruling the underworld of 5 territories. His power was undeniable. Afterward, using the coming division of the empire as a stepping stone, he declared himself a baron and was reborn as one of the empire's warlords. His transformation from thug to noble was complete. For now, he's still a rookie, but as Hans said, it's true he's a very dangerous guy. She reflects, and today she, the true predator, came to catch him. The hunter has become the hunted. For the game, how about a simple card game? Hugo proposes. Very well, she accepts the challenge. Also, I will not set an upper limit on the betting. Hugo promises, ensuring maximum excitement. That's what I'm talking about. I finally found someone who gets me. She's thrilled to face a worthy opponent. Our guy confronts the man, asking about the illegal hallucinogen he's been dealing. The man's eyes widen in shock. Hugo gasps, his face contorted in disbelief and fear. He stammers, unsure how to respond to such an accusation. He sits frozen at the table, cards still in his hand, processing the unexpected words from the young master. The man forces a smile, his brow furrowed with sweat. He asks if it's truly a hallucinogen he's accused of. Our guy smiles serenely, his gaze fixed on the man. He asks if House Logren instigated him in this scheme. His expression hardens as he clarifies, destabilizing House Valdek by distributing illegal drugs. His eyes narrow. Our guy gestures dismissively, stating that some lines simply should not be crossed. Hugo's fear is palpable. Hugo's face is drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with terror. He can only stare, utterly speechless and overwhelmed. A drop of blood trickles from his mouth, a sign of the immense pressure and fear he feels right now. He sits slumped, shoulders heavy, the weight of the young master's words crushing him completely without escape. Everyone associated with House Valdek would clamor to tear him into pieces without a single exception. It's absolute. Hugo's mind must be a complete mess right now, considering how thoroughly his plan has been exposed. He's trapped. This plan, where failure means death, has been completely exposed to the worst possible party, House Valdek. Around that time, the Archduke received a report that drugs were spreading through the territories, causing alarm. And though he raided the base of operations, the man had already fled the city, escaping capture just then. Getting screwed over back then is really paying off now, our guy thinks with a smirk. The tables have turned. Hugo attempts to plead his case, claiming there must have been some profound misunderstanding in this situation. He declares himself a lowly man making petty cash at a small shop. Him dealing drugs, it's preposterous. Someone jealous of him must have spread these baseless rumors. He insists, gesturing wildly and feigning innocence. Our guy considers the man's words, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Baseless rumors, he repeats thoughtfully. The man tries to insist his rice mill is ordinary, and the passage is just a sewer drain, nothing more. Our guy's eyes glow with an unnerving intensity. He asks one last time what stage he's truly at now. Hugo sweats profusely, realizing the young master knows far more than he let on. His lies are useless. He knows about the front business and the secret passage, Hugo thinks, his mind racing with desperate fear. If he knows that much, Hugo realizes, then all excuses are utterly useless now. He is completely exposed. In that case, our guy thinks, his fingers tapping lightly on the polished wooden table, the situation clear. Should he kill him? The thought flashes through his mind, desperate and dangerous, a last resort for survival. A noble brat with no escort should be easy to kill in one quick, decisive blow. He weighs the risk. He subtly grips the knife, his hand hidden from view, preparing for a desperate move, a final gamble. Our guy's calm demeanor unnerves him. He hesitates, his subordinates trembling in fear, watching his every move. Our guy smiles faintly, his gaze piercing. He warns Hugo to think carefully before acting. Life is at stake. The man's hand twitches, the reality of the situation sinking in. The stake in this gamble is his very life. He realizes the immense foolishness of laying a hand on a son of House Valdek. It would be suicide. He pictures the gruesome fate awaiting him if he fails, begging for death and torment. A horrifying end. His eyes close briefly as he makes a crucial decision. He has to survive no matter what, at any cost. He collapses to his knees, his will to live overpowering any desperate, foolish thoughts of resistance. He submits. He lowers his head, pleading for mercy, his voice strained with desperation and fear, begging for his life. He understands that the young master must have a reason for seeking him out personally. There is an opportunity. He looks up, offering himself completely. He will be our guy's dog if he wants him to be. If told to bark, he'll bark. If told to crawl, he'll crawl. He promises absolute obedience, no questions asked. His subordinates, seeing their leader's submission, also fall to their knees, begging for mercy from the young master. Please spare us, young master. They all cry out in unison, desperate for survival and a chance to live. Our guy looks down at them, a thoughtful expression on his face. Keeping a dog around wouldn't be so bad. He was just thinking he needed a lackey he could order around. Our guy muses. A convenient tool. Our guy rises from his chair, a soft thud marking his movement across the wooden floor. He approaches Hugo. But then, our guy thinks, isn't that a bit too boring for someone like him? He has a better idea. He places a hand on Hugo's shoulder, his expression unreadable. "Look here, Hugo," he says, a hint of something. Our guy then asks a surprising question. "Wouldn't you like to try being a knight?" Hugo's eyes widen. The question hits Hugo like a lightning bolt, stirring long-buried dreams within him. A forgotten aspiration resurfacing. It was once a dream he craved immensely, he recalls. His gaze distant and reflective, lost in memory. No matter how much he honed his skills, or how many times he risked his life for his master. In the end, he was always just a convenient tool for the nobility, nothing more than a pawn. He couldn't change the damned status he was born into, no matter his efforts. It was his curse. The memory is painful, a tear of blood tracing a path down his cheek in his mind's eye. "Wouldn't I like to be a knight?" The words echo, igniting a forgotten spark of hope deep within him. If he could, he would even sell his very soul for such an opportunity, he thinks, utterly desperate. Can he really become one? He looks up at our guy, hope and disbelief warring within him. A new chance. Our guy looks at him intently, his expression solemn. He swears upon the honor of House Valdek right now. If Hugo can one day achieve an honor and integrity he won't be ashamed of, without fail, then something as trivial as his status won't be an obstacle. Our guy declares confidently, offering a true path. "Hugo," he says, a warm smile gracing his lips. He extends a hand of opportunity, a life-changing offer. Will he not live as a man instead of a mere tool? The question hangs in the air, a profound challenge. A few days later, our guy introduces Hugo to his staff. They whisper among themselves, curious about the newcomer. He announces Hugo as a talented individual he has hired from the outside, surprising many with this decision. Our guy, relaxed in his chair, instructs Hugo to introduce himself to everyone present. The moment has arrived. Hugo clasps his hands, his posture firm and confident. A new man reborn from despair, ready for his role. "My name is Hugo," he states, a determined smile on his face. "I look forward to working with you all." Servants gather in the grand hall, their hushed whispers filling the ornate space. An air of unease hangs heavy. Our guy sits calmly on a lavish chair, then sharply claps his hands, demanding attention from everyone present. A sly smile graces his lips as he addresses the room. "All right, then. Now that we've finished with introductions," he declares. His gaze sharpens and he points a finger, a clear command ringing out. "Bring the head maid here," he states. One of the male servants recoils, his eyes wide with shock. "The head maid, you say?" He stammers, visibly unnerved. Our guy's expression remains coolly amused. "Why else?" he asks. "The head maid should greet them too, shouldn't she?" Two female servants exchange nervous glances, one whispering, "We can't get scolded like last time, can we?" The tension rises. The other agrees, her face etched with worry. "We have no choice but to report to the busy head maid first." Our guy observes their reactions with a knowing glint in his eye, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He sees through them. A male servant, Hans, steps forward, trying to maintain order. The staff is already beyond the point where ordinary methods will work. He gestures frantically to the panicked servants. "Everyone, don't do anything rash, just stay put." He warns them urgently. Two fearful male servants huddle together, one nodding. "Why, that's right, we don't want to get into trouble." Our guy's thoughts are clear and calculating. "Of course, it's the obvious answer for anyone to see," he muses. His internal monologue continues, dark and insightful. In their eyes, the young master must seem like a rotten rope to hang onto. A determined look hardens his features. "In that case, I'll make sure they understand," he vows, his intent clear. Hans approaches our guy, his demeanor respectful yet urgent. "Young master, please consider our situation," he pleads softly. He explains the precarious position. "You are aware, yes. Lord Geordie pays special attention to the head maid," he reminds him. Hans spreads his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "What power do we possibly have?" he asks, desperation in his voice. Other servants chime in, their voices panicked. "He's right, please be understanding." They cry, seeking empathy from our guy. Another servant, clearly frustrated, confronts Hans. "Why are you deliberately fanning the flames?" he demands angrily. Hans's face is a mask of despair. "We just want to live quietly like before." He cries out, his voice cracking. Our guy's patience snaps and he stands, his voice booming through the hall. All of you get a grip. His gaze sweeps over the cowering servants, his anger palpable. Have you all completely forgotten your duties? He challenges. The young master, Lucian, asserts his authority, his voice firm. The master of this place is young Master Lucian. His expression sharpens, emphasizing his point. Not the second young Master Geordie, he states, drawing a clear line. He turns to Hans, his tone decisive. Senior Hans, please leave this to me, he instructs, taking control. Hans, a formidable figure, steps forward with a smirk. Your sharp words seem too good for the likes of them to listen to. He addresses the young master directly, his posture confident. Young master, I have identified what I must do, he declares. His eyes glow ominously as he plans. To these bastards who don't know their place, drilling loyalty into them is a simple matter. He looks at the young master, a hint of warning in his voice. However, it might get a little rough, he adds. Hans bows respectfully to the young master, awaiting his decision. I request your permission, he states formally. A knowing smile plays on the young master's lips. He certainly is quick-witted, he thinks, impressed by Hans. His thoughts continue, revealing his strategic mind. This is the first reason I recruited Hugo, he muses, using Hans's real name. His expression softens slightly. Luck was on my side too, he admits, acknowledging a fortunate turn of events. He reflects on Hugo's past, a serious look on his face. Hugo was only in the early stages regarding the drugs. His thoughts turn grim. If it had progressed further, even I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. The young master clenches his fist, a silent declaration of his resolve. His decision is made, his will firm. A dark smile spreads across his face. Of course I permit it. That's exactly what I wanted, he states. His eyes gleam with a dangerous light as he instructs Hugo. Don't worry and give them a hell of a show. Hugo's face is grimly determined as he accepts the command. As you command, he replies, ready to act. The male servant who spoke earlier gasps, his eyes wide with terror as he realizes the implications. Hugo, a towering presence, begins to walk towards the trembling servants, his steps deliberate and heavy. The male servant watches Hugo approach, his body trembling. Just how is he so large in stature? He wonders. His face is a mask of sheer terror, sweat beading on his brow. He looks up at the menacing figure. Hugo looms large, a dark silhouette against the light. He looks even bigger up close, and why does he look so menacing? The servant swallows hard, trying to steady himself. Don't be scared. He's just a back alley thug, right? Another servant steps forward, confronting Hugo with a sneer. Hey, you seem to be stepping up without knowing the situation here. He puts on a show of superiority, trying to intimidate Hugo. You'd be wise to pick the right side, he warns. His voice drips with arrogance. Do you have any idea how cruel Lord Geordie is? The tide turned in his favor a long time ago. He gestures dismissively, questioning Hugo's motives. You're not a fool who would risk his life for a few pennies, are you? Hugo's eyes glow red, a chilling response to the servant's words. What pathetic last words, he states coldly. The confronting servant looks baffled, utterly unprepared for Hugo's dismissive reply. What? He mutters, confused. Before he can react, Hugo's fist connects with his face, a brutal, bone-jarring punch that silences him instantly. The servant is sent flying backwards, a blur of motion, crashing through the air with incredible force. He collides violently with a table, the impact shaking the entire room and sending objects scattering everywhere. The young master watches, amused, while his loyal servant looks on with wide-eyed shock at the sudden brutality. Hugo stands over the fallen servant, his imposing figure casting a long shadow, a clear victor in the confrontation. The servant lies unconscious amidst the debris, his face bruised and bleeding, a stark testament to Hugo's power. The headmaid lets out a blood-curdling scream, her terror echoing through the now chaotic and tense hall. Other servants recoil in horror, their faces pale with shock. What is this? Using violence? They exclaim. One enraged servant points at Hugo, his voice trembling. Even if the young master brought you here, do you really think you have the right to do this? A massive guillotine stands tall, its ominous silhouette casting a dark shadow over the scene below. This stark image screams out execution. The gleaming blade descends, a chilling symbol. Since ancient times, this has been an ostentatious, efficient method of issuing a stark warning. A blinding light illuminates the base, emphasizing the grim purpose. It has a clear justification for the actions about to unfold. The light narrows further, focusing on the dark wood. The target of this brutal display is undeniably clear to all present. Our hero Lucian is trapped beneath the blade, his face contorted in a silent scream of pure terror. He faces his fate. A crowd watches, their faces obscured as the message is driven home. Above all, the warning is clearly engraved into their minds. Our hero, his back to the onlookers, understands. In other words, this act will send a message without changing the entire inner circle. He strides forward, a whip clutched in his hand, his gaze fixed on the main maid. Footsteps echo ominously in the grand hall. He continues his relentless approach, the maid's apprehension growing with each step. The air thickens with unspoken tension and dread. The main maid flinches, her face a mask of anger and fear. She stares back, defiance battling with her mounting terror. Our guy's expression remains chillingly calm, his eyes cold and unwavering. For him, this display of power is utterly sufficient. He grips the whip tighter, his resolve hardening. Through this day, he will make sure the Archduke knows his true capabilities. The whip's braided leather fills the frame, a brutal instrument. It will serve notice that the weak and wretched third son no longer exists. He raises the whip high, a shadow falling over his face. The main maid recoils, bracing herself for the inevitable impact. The whip cracks through the air, striking the main maid. Her body jerks violently from the sudden, sharp blow. A pained scream escapes her lips as she crumples. The impact of the whip leaves her stunned and reeling from the assault. She collapses to the polished floor, a broken figure. Her once proud posture is now gone, replaced by utter defeat. Our guy stands over her, whip still in hand as two men restrain her. She is helpless, completely at his mercy now. She looks up, tears welling in her eyes, weakly pleading. "Young master, you'd better think this through before proceeding further." Despite her pain, a flicker of defiance crosses her face. "You said you'd kill me, but you haven't yet, have you?" Her face contorts in a grimace, eyes narrowed with challenge. "If you leave even a small scratch on me, there will be consequences." She pushes on, desperately trying to leverage her connections. "Do you think Master Geordie will just sit by and do nothing?" Our guy listens, his expression unreadable as she continues. "Above all, my mother was Master Geordie's nanny, a trusted figure." She explains their bond, hoping to sway him. "As the daughter of that nanny, I am like a sibling to him, truly." Our guy simply looks down, offering no reaction. A heavy silence descends, broken only by her ragged breathing. His eyes narrow, a cold glint appearing in them. He asks, his voice chillingly calm, "Is that all you have to say?" He looks at her with a dismissive smirk, whip still in hand. "These are your last words. Is it fine to just repeat the same thing?" His gaze intensifies, a silent threat in his eyes. "If you continue shouting my brother's name until the very moment you die." He looks down at her, a cruel question on his lips. "Won't you feel it's terribly unfair given your current predicament?" He raises the whip once more, ready for another strike. The air crackles with tension as she awaits her fate. He challenges her, his voice laced with disdain. "If you have any more cards to play, show them to me now." She looks up, desperation etched on her face, trying to find words. That is, Master Geordie will surely come for me." He dismisses her plea with a wave of his hand. "Headmaid, I think you're deeply mistaken about something important here." His expression hardens, his eyes cold and unforgiving. "I already have more than enough justification to kill you, truly." He stands over the restrained maid, listing her transgressions. Starting with insulting a noble, as well as negligence, incitement, embezzlement, and more. He grabs her face, forcing her to look at him, his grip firm. "You also seem to have forgotten your place, just because you were raised by the same nanny." His eyes gleam with a chilling, predatory light. "What do you think the Geordie you're crying out for can actually do?" He looks away, unimpressed, utterly confident in his assessment. "At most, he might hit me a few times and call it a day." His face is shrouded in shadow, his voice dropping low. "But he won't even be able to do that if Father intervenes." A sinister smile spreads across his face, a chilling sight. Ah, or perhaps he'll give me a reward for my efforts. His eyes glow with an unsettling, dark energy. The air around him crackles with his malevolent intent and power. The main maid's face is a picture of abject terror. He says, "For taking care of an unrestrained brat like you." His hand tightens on the whip, his knuckles white. The power he wields is absolute, and he intends to use it. He looks down at the main maid, a cold, calculating gaze. Her fate is sealed, decided by his merciless will. He states his position clearly, leaving no room for doubt. Geordie is just one of the successors, not the ultimate authority. He stands above her, a towering, menacing figure. Just like the person standing in front of you now, he's just another. A flashback shows him as a younger, kinder man. This memory is a stark contrast to his current brutal demeanor. Another flashback reveals the main maid, smiling innocently. He thinks, "I definitely gave you a chance to change your ways." The maid's current face is a mask of pure horror and regret. He concludes, "You brought this terrible situation upon yourself." His hand trembles as he grips the whip even tighter. The moment of truth has arrived, and he will not hesitate. The main maid sobs, tears streaming down her face, begging, I was wrong. Why, young master? Please forgive my insolence." She pleads desperately, her voice choked with fear. Please spare me, I beg you. I will do anything." Our guy's face is completely devoid of emotion, a cold mask. Her pleas fall on deaf ears, ignored by his resolve. He thinks, his internal voice chillingly calm and detached. "Just think of it as bad luck, nothing more, nothing less." A silhouette of our guy raises the whip, striking her down. The red background emphasizes the brutality of the moment. The whip cracks, a violent sound ripping through the air. The impact is swift and merciless, silencing her cries. Blood splatters across the floor, a gruesome sight. Her pained scream echoes, a testament to the brutal punishment received. The scene shifts, the title card appearing in bright colors. "Mercenary's rebirth among nobles," it proudly proclaims. A grand mansion stands under a clear blue sky. Inside, the drama continues to unfold, full of intrigue and power. A man, Geordie, rushes through the lavish halls, his face anxious. He scurries, desperate to intervene, his fear palpable. He stops, his eyes wide with disbelief, utterly shocked. This makes no sense. It's impossible for this to be happening. The second young master, Geordie Valdek, eyes the path to power, his ambition burning bright in the shadows. For Geordie, the decisive day approaches, a critical time to solidify his ground and claim his destiny. Our guy, Lucian, watches the unfolding drama, his presence a silent challenge to Geordie's aspirations. Jenny, who is like his own hands and feet, is now in grave danger. Her fate hangs precariously. Distrust and cracks begin to spread among those who follow him, their loyalty wavering in the uncertainty. Geordie's hand clenches in frustration and desperation. It is a complete checkmate, his options dwindling. "You win." "Let her go," Geordie concedes, his voice laced with defeat. Our guy turns away. A man watches intently as Geordie releases his captive, the tension in the room slowly dissipating. Geordie looks on, surprised by our guy's sudden departure, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Geordie still holds Jenny, who is trembling, the immediate threat gone but the fear still lingering. Our guy walks away, his back to the scene, seemingly unfazed by the dramatic confrontation he caused. Our guy turns, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "You intend to sweep this under the rug." His piercing gaze demands an answer, challenging Geordie's assumption that he can easily escape consequences. With a dismissive shrug, he utters, "Nobles, honestly?" His contempt for their arrogance is clear. Geordie's face contorts in anger. He insists he merely fulfilled his duties, defending his actions fiercely. Our guy's foot is near the kneeling figure, a silent reminder of the power dynamic now established. Geordie looks up, challenging our guy. The tension between the brothers remains thick and palpable. Our guy smiles slyly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He is about to make his demands. He declares he lacks the justification to simply drop the matter, his voice dripping with sarcasm, his hand gestures emphasizing his point. The air thickens with anticipation for his next words. Geordie, frustrated, demands clarity. "Stop talking in circles and speak plainly," he says, eyes narrowed. Jenny flinches, her tears still flowing. She anticipates the heavy price that will be demanded. Jenny watches in horror as our guy details the punishment, coughing up several times the stolen amount. Our guy's smile widens, a predator eyeing its prey. He relishes Geordie's obvious discomfort. "What price did you have in mind?" he asks, his tone laced with chilling, greedy expectation. Our guy stands alone in a vast room, contemplating his next move. The air is still. Family head, a stern figure, watches from his study, observing the unfolding events. The head butler stands respectfully, awaiting orders. He is ready to deliver his report. The father reads a report, a flicker of emotion passing across his stern, watchful face. The father's intense stare demands an honest and direct answer from his loyal servant. The butler confirms, "I confirmed it personally," his posture unwavering under the father's scrutiny. He reports Geordie paid our guy 10 times the amount as compensation. A heavy, public price. Our guy recruited an outsider, Hugo, to root out spies, fortifying his annex against intruders. The father listens intently, processing the implications of his son's decisive and bold actions. Our guy, summoned, prepares to face his father, their gazes meeting across the grand room. The father's expression remains unreadable, observing his son with a mix of assessment and expectation. He bows respectfully, stating, "I heard you summon me, father." His tone is calm. The father's gaze is sharp, scrutinizing his son's demeanor. He senses a subtle change. Our guy stands before his father, an air of newfound confidence radiating from him. His expression is serious, his eyes holding a depth that wasn't there before this encounter. He notes his father's changed gaze, sensing a shift in their dynamic. Something is different. Our guy faces his father, ready for whatever challenge or instruction awaits him now. His father acknowledges the recent stir, reminding him of the disgrace brought upon his brother. The father warns of Geordie's lasting resentment, his words carrying a subtle undertone of warning. He questions our guy's ability to handle the fallout, his gaze unwavering and full of scrutiny. Our guy dismisses the concern, stating confidently, "There is nothing to handle." His resolve is firm. He smiles, asserting that avoiding duties for fear of backlash would shame the family name. "How could I ever dare claim the name of Valdek?" he challenges, his confidence radiating. The father listens, his expression softening slightly. He recognizes the strength in his son's conviction. The father lets out a small, knowing chuckle. He sees the potential blossoming within his son. "You are free to strike back," his father declares, granting him permission to fight for his place. Our guy processes the words, a flicker of surprise in his eyes at his father's unexpected stance. He flinches, taken aback by the explicit instruction. This changes everything he thought he knew. "Father, what on earth do you?" he begins, searching for understanding in his father's gaze. The father's smile is enigmatic, challenging his son's surprise. He knows more than he lets on. The head butler holds a document, a silent testament to the machinations behind the family's power. His father contrasts him with Geordie, mentioning his year of idling away, a subtle jab. Our guy ponders his father's words, a new understanding dawning in his sharp mind. He looks forward, his expression resolute. He sees the true intent behind his father's challenge. The father watches, a silent expectation in his eyes, waiting for his son to grasp the message. "Then you will know the answer to your question," his father states, laying down the ultimate challenge. Our guy thinks, realizing his father intends to heighten the sense of crisis, to drive him. The father's definitive declaration implies the succession structure will be set very soon. Time is short. He smiles, understanding his father wants him to seize this opportunity before it slips away. Our guy reaches into his coat, pulling out a hidden document. A confident smirk plays. His father watches, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, anticipating what his son will reveal. He places the document on the desk. "What if I have already prepared a move?" Our guy smiles, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "A very big one at that," he concludes. Our guy stands before the master, presenting a crucial report detailing recent events. The master listens. The master's hand clenches, a clear sign of rising tension as he processes the information given. His grip tightens further on the papers, the sound of crinkling paper echoing in the silent, tense room. The master questions the report's accuracy, asking if it is exaggerated for personal gain or merit. Our guy responds with unwavering confidence, assuring the master that every word in the report is true. He continues to explain the situation, detailing how he secured the insider involved in distributing illegal drugs. Blue energy flares around our guy, reflecting his inner power and the intensity of his current mission. The room is filled with a powerful aura, the master's presence now fully charged with an intimidating force. The master's thoughts turn to his enemy, Bernhardt, feeling utter rage at his shameless actions. His power surges, a swirling blue aura enveloping him, making the air thick with immense, palpable pressure. The master's eyes glow with fierce indignation, condemning the enemy for defiling his sacred territories. Our guy feels the suffocating pressure of the master's aura, recognizing it as the Empire's protecting sword. He breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing that at this rate, something terrible might happen to him first. Gathering his courage, our guy respectfully asks if he may dare to speak just one more crucial word. He explains that reporting the truth alone is insufficient. The enemy will simply evade responsibility and consequences. The master listens intently, his expression serious, as our guy outlines the political complexities of the situation. His gaze sharpens, recognizing the intricate web of political maneuvering and potential interventions. Our guy explains that the enemy will likely escape with minimal losses, merely a source of income. The master stands, his imposing figure dominating the grand room, deep in thought about the injustice. He looks down at the desk, his hand resting on the surface, silently contemplating the next course of action. His eyes narrow with determination, a fierce resolve hardening his features against the enemy's transgressions. Our guy confidently proposes a method to ensure their enemies cannot possibly escape the impending justice. He reveals that an insider, a trusted executive, surrendered to him not long ago, turning the tides. He further explains that this insider, despite lacking title, had earned the enemy's deep trust and rose high. The head butler, witnessing this, realizes the insider mentioned earlier was indeed this very man. The master, back at his desk, questions if our guy had truly anticipated this precise, complex situation. He quickly deduces our guy's strategy, using a traitor to meticulously set up a cunning countertrap. Our guy confirms the master's astute deduction with a confident, knowing smile, the plan unfolding. He details how the enemy will believe their schemes are progressing flawlessly, unaware of the impending betrayal. The master listens, his hand stroking his beard in contemplation, impressed yet cautious about the bold plan. Our guy asserts that soon, a key figure from the enemy house will be forced to personally step forward. The master expresses a significant concern, highlighting the massive flaw in relying on one variable. He warns that human nature is unpredictable, and trusting a traitor is inherently an unreliable gamble. Our guy clarifies his strategy, explaining he bets on the traitor's desire, not their fleeting loyalty. The master questions this desire, prompting our guy to elaborate on the traitor's true motivations. Our guy recounts the traitor's ambitious dream, to become a renowned knight and carve his name into history. The master dismisses this as a common man forgetting his place, finding such aspirations naive and unrealistic. Our guy counters, explaining that for some, such a dream is a powerful, maddening craving that drives them. He declares his unwavering belief in that very dream, just as he had done in his own past life. The master finds this reasoning sentimental, a deeply personal and emotional approach to a grave matter. He challenges our guy, asking what he will do if the entire, high-stakes plan ultimately collapses. Our guy, with resolute eyes, declares he will pay the ultimate price, even staking his own neck. The master looks at him, a profound shift in his expression revealing deep respect and unexpected admiration. The master leans back in his chair, a heavy sigh escaping, a momentous decision now made. He looks at our guy, his face softening, his eyes conveying a newfound approval and acceptance. He makes a surprising announcement. He will personally teach our guy the legendary Lionheart sword technique. Later, in a library, the head butler expresses deep shame to the master for failing to prevent the incident. The master, now in more casual attire, absolves the butler, taking responsibility for the oversight himself. He explains that the discovery was pure luck, given the enemy's meticulous efforts to avoid detection. The butler deduces the enemy's true intent, not just money, but to tarnish the master's esteemed honor. The master ponders the enemy's short-sightedness, blinded by personal safety in the empire's dire situation. The butler then shifts the conversation, asking about Hugo, the enigmatic man who joined our guy. The master describes Hugo as a formidable underworld boss, not one to easily serve under someone else. The butler marvels at our guy's growth for recruiting such a powerful and independent figure. The master considers Hugo's true motivations, his brow furrowed in thoughtful, silent contemplation. He concludes that Hugo must have seen our guy's potential, recognizing him as a worthy liege lord. The master decides to open the path for our guy, even earlier than he had originally planned. He declares his intent to teach our guy the family's secret techniques, starting from the very next day. The butler approves, calling it a wise and timely decision for our guy's promising future. The master reveals his choice for the swordsmanship teacher, the reclusive and legendary Sir Eisen. He acknowledges that breaking Sir Eisen's long seclusion in his later years is indeed regrettable. However, the master believes this new endeavor will also be a deeply meaningful time for Sir Eisen. Sir Eisen meditates in a tranquil forest, a gleaming sword resting before him, surrounded by a soft glow. The battle rages on as both sides push their limits to the edge. The battle rages on as both sides push their limits to the edge. The battle rages on as both sides push their limits to the edge. The battle rages on as both sides push their limits to the edge. Our hero's friend, Hans, stares in utter disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape. A shocking truth just dropped. He pleads for confirmation, tears welling in his eyes. This news is too good, too unbelievable to be real. Our hero's friend, Hans, is completely overwhelmed. He screams in joy, realizing the incredible news is true. Our hero patiently endures Hans's outburst, a slight smile on his face. He can't seem to calm down. Our hero finally calls out to Hugo, exasperated by Hans's continued emotional display. Hugo steps closer, ready to act. Hugo gently places a hand on Hans's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. He calmly asks his senior to settle down. Hugo speaks with a serious expression, defending our hero's natural rise. He believes this progression is entirely deserved. Hugo continues, asserting that Hans, as a senior and right-hand man, must maintain composure. He emphasizes future responsibilities. Hans looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. Hugo's words clearly caught him off guard. Hans blushes deeply, repeating the phrase right-hand man to himself. He seems flattered, yet still disbelieving. A close-up on Hans's flustered eye reveals his deep embarrassment. The unexpected praise catches him totally off guard. Hans's mouth curls into a shy, flustered smile. He can't hide his pleasure at Hugo's words. Hans shrugs, feigning modesty, trying to deflect the compliment. He still seems a little overwhelmed by the idea. Hans, still held by Hugo, expresses genuine humility. He believes he's still lacking, despite his long service. Hans gestures towards Hugo, praising his junior's talent. He genuinely feels Hugo is more deserving of such a title. Hugo smirks, acknowledging Hans's consistent humility. He respects his senior's character as always. Hugo playfully lifts Hans into the air, a moment of lightheartedness. Hans is surprised, but a smile crosses his face. Our hero watches them, a slight smile gracing his lips. He's impressed by Hugo's ability to handle things. Our hero looks directly at Hugo, then Hans, affirming Hugo's earlier statement. He means what he says. He stands confidently, explaining his strategic decision to inform them first. There's a deeper logic at play. Our hero's gaze is distant, filled with deep thought and resolve. He's contemplating the future ahead. Our hero looks at Hans, beginning to articulate his assessment of his loyal friend. He sees his true potential. Hans clenches his fists, a visual representation of his timid nature. Our hero acknowledges this potential weakness. Hans's face is now filled with fierce loyalty and determination. His genuine care for our hero shines through. Hans's expression solidifies, displaying his unwavering grit and resilience. He will stay by our hero's side. Hugo watches Hans, a thoughtful expression on his face. He understands the depth of Hans's loyalty. Our hero looks at Hugo, outlining his long-term vision for Hans. He sees potential for immense growth. Our hero's gaze is firm, picturing Hans evolving into a capable manager. He has clear plans for everyone. Our hero speaks with conviction, emphasizing Hans's unique value. He will be an unparalleled rearguard. Our hero turns to Hugo, directly acknowledging his undeniable ability. There is no doubt about his talent. Our hero speaks with resolute determination, focused on paving Hugo's path to knighthood. He will clear the way. Our hero's expression remains serious, fully focused on maximizing Hugo's potential. He has a grand vision. A powerful image of Hugo as a knight appears, serving our hero. He will be a formidable weapon. Our hero looks at his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. He prioritizes quality, not mere numbers. The three stand united, a powerful image of shared purpose. Our hero is determined to build them up. Our hero's eyes gleam with resolve, ready for the busy times ahead. He anticipates many challenges. Our hero gestures to Hans and Hugo, emphasizing the journey ahead. He cannot walk this path alone. Our hero looks at them, his words filled with trust and inspiration. They will complete this journey together. Hugo clasps his hands, his expression resolute and loyal. He promises not to disappoint his young master. Hans pumps his fist, beaming with enthusiasm and readiness. He's eager to prove his worth. The title card, Mercenary's Rebirth Among Nobles, appears. A new chapter in our hero's journey begins. A majestic estate is bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, serene and imposing. A new beginning unfolds. The elegant interior of the estate is brightly lit, showcasing its grandeur. Every detail speaks of wealth. Our hero stands calmly in a vast, empty room, his expression thoughtful. He prepares for his next step. Our hero's eyes are closed, lost in deep reflection. He remembers his past life's relentless pursuit. His past self walks through a harsh, snowy landscape, driven by a singular, relentless pursuit. He searched everywhere. He soars over vast, icy mountains, his search seemingly endless. The bitter cold mirrors his inner turmoil. He sits by a small fire, reflecting on the legendary martial arts. He yearns for the power to elevate his sword. Intricate, glowing sword forms materialize, representing ancient, powerful techniques. A mystical energy emanates from them. He looks intently, his eyes burning with desire for the ultimate forms. A higher realm exists, he knows. His face shows an almost obsessive focus. He yearned for the fabled advanced sword forms above all else. He looks weary, his face scarred and bruised. The arduous journey yielded something far less than desired. He fights desperately in a chaotic battle, surrounded by enemies. The struggle is brutal and unforgiving. A glowing book titled Advanced Sword Forms is shown. This was the pinnacle he craved, but didn't get. Another book, Intermediate Sword Forms, appears. Even this level, meant for captains, was denied to him. A simpler book, Apprentice Knights, is what he finally obtained. It was a degraded version, a bitter prize. He sits dejectedly on a rock, reflecting on the unfairness. Noble blood was required for true sword forms. He looks tired, acknowledging his meager achievement as a mercenary. Even a basic sword form was a struggle. He looks up, recognizing the rare fortune he did have. Even that small chance felt like heavenly luck. He stands on a battlefield, fists clenched, consumed by anger. Weaker opponents bested him with superior forms. His face is contorted in torment, haunted by past failures. He couldn't protect his comrades, a heavy burden. A bloody hand reaches out, symbolizing his desperate, unfulfilled craving for power. The thirst tormented him. Our hero clenches his fist, light radiating around him. An unexpected, incredible opportunity has finally arrived. His eye glows with intense focus, reflecting the immense privilege. This knowledge is reserved for the chosen. Our hero looks resolute, contemplating the legendary sword form. It surpasses even the advanced techniques. Our hero's face shows pure exhilaration. He has the chance to learn the legendary Lionheart sword. Our hero bounces on his feet, overwhelmed with excitement. The thought of this swordsmanship fills him completely. Our hero closes his eyes, trying to calm his eager nerves. He's too tense, and it hasn't even begun. Our hero paces restlessly, unable to contain his impatience. The scheduled time is still too far away. Our hero looks tired, having paced since dawn in anticipation. His excitement has kept him going. Our hero stretches his hand, preparing for mental and physical conditioning. He needs to calm his mind. Our hero sits cross-legged, meditating, finding inner peace before the lesson. He prepares himself completely. A superhuman awakens by reaching the limits of circulation. A profound state of being. This is the supreme title given to one who has truly reached the pinnacle of all sword forms. Such individuals are rare, even in the long history of the Empire, revered like gods to swordsmen. Our hero stares, utterly stunned, as such a legendary figure stands right there in front of his very eyes. The Sword Saint, Eisenbreitner, is the name of this formidable and revered master. The Sword Saint speaks, noting it is the first time he has seen the young master in years. He introduces himself, stating he is the one who will be teaching the young master starting today. Our hero remembers Hans giving him a hint this morning about learning sword forms from a knight. The knight, he recalls, has served the Valdek family since the previous generation. How could Hans possibly leave out the crucial fact that this knight is the Sword Saint? Our hero bows deeply, expressing his immense honor to receive teachings from the legendary Sword Saint. With genuine respect, he declares that he looks forward to the Sword Saint's invaluable guidance. The Sword Saint humbly dismisses his title as undeserved, claiming he is nothing more than an old man. He questions why the young master, a successor candidate, bows so easily, lowering the family's status. Our hero replies, explaining how he could never neglect showing proper respect to such a worthy figure. Setting aside their master-servant relationship, the Sword Saint is someone truly worthy of deep respect. The Sword Saint, seeing his sincerity, allows him to act as he feels comfortable. Our hero thanks him for understanding, then eagerly suggests they begin the training immediately. Yes, sounds good, he exclaims, filled with enthusiasm and ready to start his lessons. The Sword Saint then asks if the young master would like to run around the outdoor training grounds. Our hero is taken aback, asking if he should start running right now. But the Sword Saint stops him, telling him to please wait just a moment. Our hero looks confused, wondering if something is wrong with the instruction. The Sword Saint then asks if he does not have any questions about the task. He elaborates, asking why he is running, how long, or what the activity means. Our hero admits he is curious, but assumes the order is given because it is necessary. He reasons there must be a good reason why the master didn't feel the need to explain. A student receiving teachings simply follows the master's words without question or hesitation. The Sword Saint observes his reaction and gaze, noting they are distinctly different from other young masters. He realizes this child possesses a pure and unwavering longing for the sword itself. The Sword Saint thinks he finally understands what his grace truly meant. Very well, young master, he says, accepting the hero's earnest spirit. Then he declares, they shall begin the training right away without further delay. Our hero is ecstatic, proclaiming, yes, sounds good. As he prepares to run, he immediately launches into a run, a determined expression on his face. The Sword Saint watches from above as our hero begins his circuit around the training grounds. Our hero's footsteps echo, a steady rhythm as he pushes himself forward. He moves with speed and agility, his form surprisingly fluid and strong. But there's another, deeper reason why he followed the order without a single word. He had already guessed the true purpose behind this seemingly simple running task. The exercise is meant to measure his qualifications as a disciple, to gauge his innate potential. He used a similar method himself back when he was a mercenary captain, judging his recruits. When assigning a trivial-looking task to a rookie, their true nature is revealed. Just from their initial reaction and subsequent attitude, you could learn a lot about them. Our hero runs with fierce determination, ready to demonstrate his unwavering spirit and capability. Since he showed his mindset with a pretty good answer, only one thing now remains: tenacity. He vows to run until he passes out, pushing his limits. 1 hour later, he is still going strong, a hint of surprise on his face. He questions himself, wondering what is happening, as this can't possibly be right. He has been running like crazy for a while, but he is not tired at all. On the contrary, the more he runs, the lighter and more energetic his body feels. He is visibly shocked by this unexpected and inexplicable physical phenomenon. All he did to recover his body was consume mass-produced nectar, a simple supplement, and his only exercise prior to this was merely taking leisurely walks. How is this possible? The Sword Saint, watching him intently, acknowledges that the run was merely to gauge his general state. He admits he didn't have high expectations for the young master's physical abilities, but this defies all logic and understanding. The young master's stamina is incredible. Not a single drop of sweat flows from his body, and his breathing remains perfectly calm, even for a seasoned knight who has trained their mana for a long time. This isn't easy. Could it be? The Sword Saint's eyes narrow with a growing suspicion. Our hero continues his tireless run, completely unaware of the Sword Saint's mounting realization. The Sword Saint calls out to him, telling him to stop, his voice firm and clear. He declares that they shall end the running portion of the training right here. Our hero stops, looking slightly confused, and asks if something unexpected has happened. The Sword Saint is taken aback, realizing the young master is even utilizing mana during his run. He approaches the young master, a serious expression on his face, and poses a question. He asks about the action the young master took this morning to calm his mind and body. Was it circulation, he asks, or merely a form of meditation? Our hero confirms, stating that if he's talking about the indoor training grounds, then yes. As the Sword Saint said, he performed circulation because it's the best way to clear his thoughts. The Sword Saint's guess was truly correct. A profound discovery is about to unfold. He apologizes, but states he will examine the young master's physical condition for a moment. He instructs the young master not to move, even if he feels something strange. Sword Saint places his hand on the young master's wrist, and blue mana begins to glow. Swirling blue energy emanates from his touch, signifying a powerful connection and examination. His face shows deep concentration as he delves into the young master's inner workings. He had his suspicions, and now they are fully confirmed by this profound observation. The young master has already reached the very end of circulation, just like the Sword Saint himself. However, that is not the ultimate end in his case. It's beyond the realm the Sword Saint reached. The Sword Saint looks out at a vast, ethereal landscape, realizing the true magnitude of this power. This child, he proclaims, is not just following but opening an entirely new path. Blue energy erupts from the ground, swirling around the young master in a magnificent display. He stands amidst the powerful, vibrant energy, a new realm of power unfolding before him. The Sword Saint watches, utterly awestruck by the incredible potential and power revealed. His eyes reflect a mix of wonder and profound understanding at what he is witnessing. The sheer magnitude of the young master's power is truly beyond anything he has ever seen. A new era begins, heralded by this extraordinary display of raw, untapped potential. The path forward is uncharted, promising boundless growth and unimaginable strength for our hero. The story continues, leaving us eager to witness the unfolding journey of this remarkable young talent. The Grand Hall stands silent, awaiting a critical conversation between two influential figures. A careful touch, as one elder's hand gently examines the palm of a younger man. The elder's voice breaks the silence, questioning the younger man with profound surprise and curiosity. His eyes widen in disbelief. The elder can't fathom how quickly this extraordinary feat was achieved. He looks at his own hand, contemplating the immense significance of the young man's rapid progress. The younger man stands confused, utterly unaware of the profound implications behind the elder's inquiry. The elder begins to explain, detailing the results of his recent examination of the younger man's unique physical state. The elder continues, describing an internal structure perfectly optimized for an unprecedented level of mana control. The younger man listens intently, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dawning realization about his own capabilities. The elder emphasizes the rarity of such a state, achievable only by a select few after lifelong dedication. He ponders, processing the incredible news about his body's unparalleled potential and perfect condition. The elder's gaze sharpens, a decision made, signaling a shift in the gravity of their discussion. The younger man looks at the elder, eager for answers to his own long-held questions about his unique body. The elder explains that only a Sword Saint possesses the knowledge to unravel such profound mysteries. The younger man finally reveals his secret, stating his mana circulation began only a month prior. He recounts his experience, noting the complete absence of pain or blockages during his mana circulation. The elder's eye widens, comprehending the astonishing implication. All mana paths were open from birth. The younger man listens, as the elder praises his exceptional talent, far surpassing all previous expectations. The elder muses on ancient legends, wondering if the tales of powerful swordsmen were actually true. The elder addresses him formally, expressing a desire to speak frankly, even if it risks disrespect. The younger man's expression shifts to shock, as the elder proposes an unbelievable, life-altering choice. He asks, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why such a drastic proposition is being made. He worries, questioning if there's a hidden flaw or issue with his seemingly perfect physical condition. The elder's voice rings out, repeating his demand with unwavering conviction and serious intent. He stumbles back, flailing his arms in a mix of confusion and mounting panic at the elder's words. He desperately speculates, fearing an underlying curse preventing him from wielding a sword or mana. The elder calmly corrects him, explaining his body is not flawed, but an ideal vessel. The elder explains his unique ability to draw out mana and bodily efficiency to their absolute limits. Beyond mere efficiency, the younger man possesses the rare potential to transcend even those boundaries. The elder declares that focusing on the sword would effortlessly lead him to become the next sword saint. The younger man whispers in disbelief, struggling to grasp the incredible destiny laid before him. He knew his body was special, but this revelation about his true potential is truly overwhelming. The elder admits this outcome far exceeds his wildest expectations, a true marvel to behold. He reflects on the fortune of learning the ancient Lionheart sword, a path to his past life's yearning. He believed he had found the path to fulfill his deepest aspirations from his previous life. But now, an even greater destiny unfolds, to reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship itself. He acknowledges the immense challenge, realizing this ultimate goal won't be easily attained. He asks if his choice stems from an inability to pursue both the successor and sword saint paths. The elder confirms his suspicion, delivering the solemn truth. He must choose one path. The elder explains his urgency, revealing his limited remaining time to impart his wisdom. Empowered by circulation, he can no longer deny the inevitable, gradual aging of his body. He stresses the tight schedule, even if the younger man dedicates himself entirely to sword training. He calculates the remaining time, realizing the sword saint's lifespan is drawing to a close. He acknowledges the grim reality. Time is indeed running out for this monumental undertaking. His heart yearns to accept the sword saint's offer and fully commit to the path of the blade. Yet, a significant however looms, hinting at a deeper, more complex internal struggle. He reflects on the future's turbulent times, where martial power alone will not suffice. Survival in that chaos, he realizes, belonged to those who commanded legitimacy and influence. He clenches his fist, acknowledging a desired path that, despite longing, he cannot take. He respectfully declines the offer, stating his unwavering commitment to remaining a Valdek. He expresses gratitude for the extraordinary offer, recognizing it as far beyond his current standing. He apologizes for his refusal, yet his expression shows a firm resolve in his decision. The elder expresses shame, regretting the difficult choice he presented to the young man. He laments his youthful follies, seeing his current desire as an old man's greed. He confesses a deeper motive, to leave a legacy, something of mine, through the young man. The younger man interrupts, his curiosity piqued, hinting at a new, intriguing question. He poses a hypothetical question. What if another talented individual were to emerge? A butler rushes, urgently confirming shocking news about the third son to his young master. The horse's powerful hooves thunder, kicking up dust as it charges across the training ground. The young master turns, a smirk playing on his lips, already anticipating his next move. His eyes widen in disbelief and anger, realizing the outrageous rumors were actually true. The older man questions our hero, asking if there was another candidate who could truly impress the sword saint. Our hero responds with a confident smile, suggesting someone who could truly make up for the lost time. He speaks of a person capable of leaving their mark on history for hundreds of years to come. Our hero clarifies he is speaking of a person with truly exceptional talent, beyond what is normally seen. The older man stands, looking thoughtful and somewhat skeptical, considering our hero's bold claim. Our hero then expresses regret, feeling his words might have unintentionally burdened the third young master. The older man reassures him, saying it is enough that our hero thinks of him in such a way. Our hero, still polite, asks the older man not to trouble himself further with this matter. The older man expresses gratitude for our hero's words alone, calling him third young master. Our hero looks at the older man, addressing him respectfully as Sir Eisen, with determination. Our hero realizes his words must have sounded like utter nonsense coming from someone like him. He acknowledges that even the most renowned swordsmen fail to catch the sword saint's discerning eye. He understands it's natural for a novice who just picked up a sword to offer a disciple. With a confident smirk, our hero states that the older man can look forward to what's coming. Our hero reflects that if his current body is a heaven-sent vessel, then another exists. He believes there must also be someone with a heaven-sent talent for the sword out there. He remembers his past life, where despite a humble physical constitution, he still mastered the sword, and even learning only degraded sword forms, he fought with incredible skill and determination. He is shown mid-air, a whirlwind of motion, clashing against armored enemies in a snowy landscape. His sword flashes, delivering a fatal blow, as blood sprays from an enemy's neck. Another enemy falls, blood gushing from a precise cut, testament to his brutal efficiency in combat. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of deadly motion, leaving a trail of fallen foes. He was the embodiment of the sword, sweeping the battlefield with pure talent alone, utterly dominant. A lone figure stands amidst chaos, sword ready, blood splattered around him on the snow. This was sword demon Felix, a name whispered with fear and respect on every battlefield. He was our hero's strongest vassal, a loyal and formidable warrior who stood by his side. And he will be the disciple to inherit everything from the sword saint, a worthy successor. Back in the training hall, the older man tells our hero he will examine his current achievements. He instructs our hero to perform vertical, horizontal, and then diagonal cuts on the wooden dummy. He adds that if our hero has performed mana circulation, he should manipulate mana as well. For the final move, our hero must show a strike with mana infused into the sword. Our hero looks determined, acknowledging this is his first time holding a sword in this body. He knows he needs to adjust his skill level to match his new physical form. Since his current body reportedly learned the sword before, he should have some foundation. He takes a moment, a deep breath, and prepares to demonstrate his abilities for the older man. His eyes narrow in focus, concentrated on the task, ready to begin the demonstration. With a swift motion, he performs a clean vertical cut, splitting the air with precision and speed. Immediately following, he executes a powerful horizontal cut, his movements fluid and refined. Then, a diagonal cut slices through the air, demonstrating impressive control and technique, leaving a shimmering trail. For the final move, he prepares, concentrating intensely as he begins to infuse mana into his sword. The blade glows with a vibrant blue energy, humming with power, ready for the decisive final strike. With a fierce roar, he unleashes the mana-infused strike, a blinding flash of power towards the dummy. The impact is immense, a powerful explosion of energy obliterating the wooden dummy into splinters. Dust and debris settle, revealing the destroyed dummy and the sheer force of our hero's attack. Our hero stands, catching his breath, feeling the execution was somewhat unsatisfactory in this new body. He then wonders if, for a beginner, this demonstration isn't actually quite impressive and well done. With a knowing smirk, he speculates if Sir Eisen might now get greedy for more of his talent. The older man observes him with a placid expression, giving nothing away about his thoughts or judgment. He finally speaks, noting that he had some expectations, but our hero surprises him yet again. Our hero, confused, asks, "Huh?" As the older man delivers his blunt and unexpected verdict. The older man states plainly that our hero's performance, in a word, was absolutely terrible. He explains that our hero is full of bad habits when wielding a sword, ignoring the crucial basics. He describes our hero's style as swinging only out of desperation, much like a common mercenary would. He concludes that focusing on power and speed throws off the delicate balance between body and mana. This imbalance, he adds, dulls the sword's sharpness and creates dangerous gaps within our hero's movements. The older man then asks a critical question. How long did it take to infuse mana? A few days later, the grand training grounds stand serene, bathed in the gentle light of the morning sun. Suddenly, Two wooden swords clash with sharp force, echoing through the peaceful courtyard in a swift strike. Our hero and the master engage in fierce combat. Mana bursts erupting from their wooden blades with intense power. He struggles against the relentless assault, mana flaring around him as he tries to withstand the powerful blows. The master's voice cuts through the air, stern and clear. The flow of mana must not be interrupted. The master's gaze is sharp and focused, observing every subtle movement of his determined young pupil with precision. Our hero pushes back, mana erupting around him once more, a desperate surge of power in the intense struggle. The master continues his lesson, explaining, "Just as training the body allows for precise movements, so too, our hero's face is a mask of fierce concentration, sweat beading as he pushes his limits in the rigorous training. Your mana control must also reach that same level of absolute precision and unwavering command." The master watches with calm intensity, his wisdom guiding every aspect of the rigorous training session. He adds, "When wielding mana while reinforcing your entire body with its potent energy, always remember this." The two fighters clash again, a flurry of strikes and defensive maneuvers, mana crackling around their determined forms. The master's expression remains unyielding, a testament to the demanding standards he expects from his disciple. You must leave enough power to circulate separately, maintaining a vital reserve for critical moments ahead. A close-up on the master's eye reveals a deep understanding, a profound insight into the very essence of combat. He emphasizes the importance of strategy. Mana must be deployed in the right place at the right time. Our hero leaps, engaging the master in midair, their mana-infused blades colliding with explosive force and brilliant light. The master instructs further. When these crucial factors mesh together to form a perfect, harmonious balance, our hero is sent flying back from a powerful strike, crashing down as dust billows from the impact site. Only then will you truly understand the profound and devastating power of the sword in your hands. The master stands firm, watching our hero fall, a silent judgment in his steady and unwavering gaze. Our hero spins through the air, a blur of motion, desperately trying to regain his footing and composure. He lands with a grunt, gripping his wooden sword tightly, his eyes burning with fierce resolve and determination. Sweat drips from his intense face, a grimace of effort and pain showing the toll of the arduous training. The master observes him, his expression calm but unwavering, ready for the next phase of their demanding session. The master's sword glows with a vibrant green mana as he challenges. "Now then, apply what you've just learned." He continues, his voice firm, "and try to defend yourself against my next attack with all your might." Our hero is airborne again, a speck against the vast training hall as the master prepares his powerful strike. The master adds a new layer to the lesson. This time, let us introduce a slightly more advanced step. Our hero falls, landing hard on the ground, but quickly scrambles to his feet, refusing to yield completely. The master instructs, emphasizing awareness. Consider the enemy's speed and movements with utmost focus and precision. The master lunges forward with incredible speed, mana swirling violently around him, a powerful and focused attack. Our hero looks up, eyes wide with a mix of shock and fierce determination, ready to face the overwhelming force. The master's voice rings out, "And respond with the appropriate amount of force, neither too much nor too little." He attacks with his glowing green sword, a powerful, precise strike aimed at testing our hero's newfound abilities. Our hero's eye gleams with understanding as the master reveals. The essence of Sir Aizen's teaching is profound. The master explains, "It is the union of naturalness, flowing like water, adapting to every changing circumstance." Our hero closes his eyes, mana swirling around him as the master concludes. Through this, one overcomes the gap and minimizes the loss of power to exert maximum force, achieving true efficiency in every single strike. Our hero's eyes snap open, glowing intensely as the master commands. Don't be overwhelmed, look straight at it. He charges forward, his wooden sword now crackling with vibrant blue mana, a surge of concentrated power. A massive burst of blue mana erupts from our hero, pushing back against the master's force with incredible power. Our hero stands firm, sword glowing blue, his determination radiating as he holds his ground against the master. The master's green sword glows brightly, reflecting his unwavering focus and the immense power he commands effortlessly. Their mana-infused blades clash in an explosive burst of light and energy, a testament to their intense struggle. The master's gaze is sharp and assessing, acknowledging the progress our hero has made in this grueling session. His green sword pulses with power, a final, decisive move that brings their intense training to its conclusion. The master lowers his weapon, stating, "We can end today's training here. You have done well." He advises, "Ingrain the sensation you felt today within you. Let it become a part of your very being." The master smiles gently. "That alone will be enough to make you a first-rate swordsman. Remember my words." Our hero laughs, a sound of pure exhaustion and relief, his body weary but his spirit uplifted by success. He slumps to the ground, panting heavily, utterly drained but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Our hero looks up at the master, his expression filled with genuine gratitude. "Thank you for the lesson." A decorative emblem appears, symbolizing the ongoing narrative and adventures ahead for our hero's grand journey. Our hero rests on the ground, while servants begin cleaning the debris from the intense training session around him. One servant wonders aloud, gazing at the scattered rubble. Just what kind of training did he undergo today? Another servant expresses concern. Will the young master be all right after such an incredibly grueling and demanding session? The grand hall stands quietly, a silent witness to the arduous training that has just concluded in its sacred space. Our hero sits against a wall, utterly spent, his body aching but a faint smile gracing his weary face. He thinks, "I somehow managed to survive today's training as well, a testament to my enduring resilience." His hand trembles slightly as he reflects. It's absurd to think this harsh method is ultimately intended to strip away the bad habits of my past life, refining me into something far greater now. He looks at his wooden sword, a simple tool that has become a conduit for immense growth. "Well, what can I do?" he concludes. "If this is what it takes to fix them, then I will endure it all, no matter the cost." The gathered family members look on, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. An older man questions the youngest. Our hero stands opposite the older man, listening intently as the question of help with training is posed. A sly smile plays on our hero's lips, suggesting a hidden agenda as he proposes a spar for mana control. With a confident smirk, our hero volunteers himself for the spar, his ambition clearly visible in his eyes. A wide, almost innocent smile masks our hero's true intentions as he looks towards his potential opponent. He explains his reasoning to the older man, citing a lack of interaction with his brothers due to current events. Our hero elaborates, emphasizing the rarity of such an opportunity to engage with his family members. He apologizes for his forwardness, respectfully asking the master for his permission to proceed with the spar. The third young master observes the situation, internally commenting on his younger brother's manipulative eloquence. His gaze is sharp, revealing a deep understanding of the schemes unfolding before his very eyes. He scoffs at the flimsy excuse of helping with training, seeing through the transparent facade immediately. The audacity of challenging him with a real sword, despite his lack of formal training, truly infuriates him. He grips his sword, observing the younger brother's transparent ploy with a mix of disdain and amusement. His thoughts confirm the obvious, a calculated move designed to publicly humiliate him and elevate himself. The younger brother's smug grin shows his confidence, knowing his helpful pretext shields him from repercussions. The older man, the sword saint, watches silently, aware that his presence lends significant weight to this spar. He reflects on the master's implied advice to yield, feeling cornered by the situation and his younger brother. The third young master interprets the master's words as a subtle push to abandon his claim in the succession. His hands are clenched, a sign of inner conflict. He realizes refusing now would complicate things for the master. With a heavy step, the third young master makes his decision, accepting the challenge presented to him. He turns to the master, formally accepting the younger brother's challenge, his voice firm despite the circumstances. The younger brother looks surprised, perhaps expecting a different reaction from his older, less experienced sibling. A mocking smile returns to the third young master's face, praising his brother's commendable heart sarcastically. His expression hardens, declaring that such blatant disrespect and foolishness cannot be easily ignored. With fierce determination, The third young master vows to personally correct his younger brother's insolent behavior. He declares an end to his brother's childish antics, promising that this day will mark a turning point. He charges forward with surprising speed, closing the distance between himself and his unsuspecting younger brother. The third young master warns his brother not to disrespect the master, showing he understands the younger's intentions. The master watches, a subtle concern etched on his face, knowing that confrontation often leads to bloodshed. He grants permission for the spar, but with a strict condition. This will be the final such confrontation allowed. The master adds a crucial caveat, promising to intervene instantly if the intensity of the spar becomes dangerous. Both brothers acknowledge the master's warning, their voices ringing with a shared, unspoken challenge. A predatory grin stretches across the third young master's face, promising a wonderful spar with dark undertones. The younger brother mirrors the sinister smile, accepting the challenge with an equally unsettling enthusiasm. The master stands firm between the brothers, reminding them that this spar is not meant for malicious harm. He clarifies the true purpose, a test of skill to gauge their progress and application of learned techniques. The master specifically addresses the third young master, urging him to approach his first spar with a learner's mindset. The third young master listens, his expression revealing a deep annoyance at the master's cautious instructions. The master then turns to the younger brother, reminding him of his responsibility as the one who initiated the challenge. He implores both brothers to conduct themselves honorably, upholding the prestigious name of their noble house. The tension builds as the master gives the signal. Draw swords to indicate readiness and commence the spar. The younger brother's hands grip his sword, a subtle tremor indicating his anticipation and readiness for battle. With a swift motion, both brothers draw their swords, the glint of steel reflecting the sunlight and their resolve. The third young master addresses his brother by name, questioning his sudden, condescending big brother attitude. The younger brother's expression tightens in annoyance, clearly irritated by the constant, patronizing address. He internally complains about his older brother's irritating demeanor, despite their minimal age difference. The third young master smirks, challenging his brother to maintain his bravado once the actual fighting begins. The younger brother's anger flares, a red aura surrounding him as he vows to prove his superiority through skill. The third young master observes his brother's sudden, vicious expression with a hint of surprise and concern. He internally remarks on the intensity of his brother's rage, a look usually reserved for mortal adversaries. Shaking off his surprise, the third young master refocuses, preparing himself mentally for the impending duel. His hand grips the sword, relishing the familiar, cool, and heavy sensation of the weapon in his grasp. He stands poised, sword drawn, a silent acknowledgement that it has been 2 long months since his last spar. He recalls his past, acknowledging that in former times he would have resorted to any trick to secure victory. Today is different. He fights not with old cunning, but as the third young master of the house. His eyes glow, aware that using his past life's sword forms would surely expose his true, hidden abilities. The master observes from a distance, his presence a silent reminder of the rules and expectations set. The younger brother charges forward, closing the distance rapidly, initiating the spar with aggressive intent. The third young master assesses his opponent, recognizing his cunning but dismissing him as an inexperienced child. The younger brother mocks his older sibling's caution, questioning the disappearance of his earlier bold confidence. He taunts his opponent, asking if the reality of a real sword finally makes the gravity of the spar sink in. A condescending smirk plays on his lips as he reassures his brother, though his words carry a hidden threat. He mocks the idea of accidents in spars, asserting they only occur when opponents possess comparable skill levels. He offers a wooden sword, a blatant taunt implying his older brother is too fearful to face him seriously. Enraged, the third young master retracts his earlier promise of restraint, his eyes burning with renewed fury. His voice drips with menace, a chilling warning that his brother faces injury if he dares to continue. The third young master declares that only a harsh lesson will correct his defiant younger brother's insolence. With a furious roar, the third young master unleashes his pent-up rage, lunging towards his younger sibling. Our hero stands victorious, his sword pointed down at the defeated opponent. The air crackles with tension. Smirk plays on his lips as he delivers a cutting remark, He clearly savors this moment of triumph. The kneeling opponent grits his teeth, unable to form a coherent response. The sting of defeat is palpable. His face contorts in a mask of pure fury, a defiant scream tearing through the silence. He refuses to yield. With a surge of desperate energy, the kneeling one lunges forward, attempting to reclaim his weapon. His resolve hardens. Our hero meets the attack with practiced ease, their blades clashing in a shower of icy sparks. He remains unperturbed. The force of the parry sends the opponent sliding across the frozen ground. He steadies himself, eyes burning. He regains his footing and dismisses the previous exchange as a mere fluke. His pride is clearly wounded. He vehemently declares the previous strike was just luck, vowing that it will not happen again. His anger fuels him. With a guttural roar, the opponent charges, swinging his sword in a wide, powerful arc. He's fully committed. Our hero effortlessly ducks under the wild swing, his movements precise and economical. He spots an opening. His sword glows faintly, charged with energy, ready to deliver a swift and powerful counterstrike. He calculates his move. He lunges forward, his blade a blur, aimed directly at the opponent. The speed of his attack is terrifying. The opponent's face is a contorted mess of strain and anger, as he desperately tries to parry the relentless assault. Our hero's eyes burn with an intense, calm focus, completely unbothered by the fierce resistance. He's in control. Blades clang loudly as they lock in a ferocious struggle, raw power radiating from their clash. Neither gives an inch. The impact of their locked blades sends shockwaves across the training ground. The sheer force is immense. Two older men watch the brutal sparring from a safe distance, one wiping sweat from his worried brow. Butler nervously addresses his companion, expressing deep concern over the duel's dangerous intensity. He fears injury. He explains the deep-seated rivalry between the two youths, fueled by constant comparison and festering resentment. The opponent stands with clenched fists, his back to them, embodying the intense resentment spoken of. The butler sighs, acknowledging the opponent's stubborn refusal to listen when it comes to his rival. He voices his growing apprehension, fearing a severe accident might occur if the duel continues unchecked. Sir Eisen calmly reassures the butler, asserting the opponent knows his limits despite his impulsiveness. Sir Eisen then poses a surprising counter-concern, leaving the butler utterly confused and questioning his words. Sir Eisen's gaze hardens, a profound knowing in his eyes as he hints at a hidden truth. He explains the profound skill gap between them, asserting it's far beyond what mere luck can overcome. Sir Eisen points out the opponent's fatal flaw, his inability to control his volatile temper. He then reveals our hero's quiet strategy, patiently waiting for the opponent's temper to create an opening. To remain so composed before a live blade, one must have completely conquered their deepest fears. Our hero's fearlessness suggests he either lacks sense or has faced death itself. Sir Eisen crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. He suspects the latter is true. The duel resumes with explosive force. The opponent lunges, his sword wreathed in fiery energy. The opponent screams in frustration, wondering why his attacks are ineffective. He feels ignored. Our hero effortlessly parries another blow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He's enjoying this. He feels the strain in his arm, his entire body vibrating from blocking each strike. He understands the opponent's joy. Light explodes from the clash of their swords. His initial plan to end it quickly has failed. He maintains his calm, focused gaze, knowing a provoked enemy is the easiest to defeat. The clash intensifies. He realizes his opponent's skill is higher than expected, and his mana is limited. His mana reserves are almost completely depleted, leaving his body vulnerable. A critical realization dawns. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve. He decides to risk everything on this single, final exchange. He lunges with a desperate, all-encompassing attack, sending the opponent reeling backward. This is his final gamble. The opponent gasps in surprise as our hero's sword, suddenly, feels incredibly heavy and powerful. Disbelief washes over the opponent's face. He wonders how his rival could still possess such strength. Our hero knows better. He's pushing past his limits, using sheer will, not hidden reserves. A cruel smile spreads across the opponent's face. He misinterprets this as a desperate, final struggle. Fueled by overconfidence, The opponent unleashes his own powerful attack, intending to finish the duel. He brings his sword down with a triumphant roar, convinced this strike will finally end the fight. Our hero, having dodged the attack, smiles. He reveals this was precisely his plan all along. The opponent's sword slams into the ground, creating a massive crater. He missed completely. A look of utter shock washes over his face. His most powerful strike was expertly dodged. His eyes widen in confusion. This was more than just a simple dodge. Something deeper is at play. Our hero stands behind him, sword ready. The opponent realizes his rival was smiling the entire time. A terrifying realization dawns on the opponent. Could this entire duel have been a meticulously planned trap? Our hero calmly addresses him by name, pointing out the opponent's critical tactical error. The opponent flinches, horrified, as our hero reveals his feigned exhaustion was merely a cunning lure. Our hero's smile widens, a triumphant, almost sinister expression. He delivers a final, cutting remark. Our hero continues his lecture, but the opponent screams back, refusing to accept defeat completely. Our hero's foot pins the opponent's hand, crushing his defiance. He asks a chilling question. The news of the twins' sword match spreads like wildfire through the family. Everyone is buzzing with excitement. Two men gasp, one pointing excitedly, the other clutching his head in disbelief. The buzz is undeniable. In the kitchen, maids giggle and whisper, exchanging the latest gossip. The story is clearly circulating. Two men in suits are deep in conversation, one visibly shocked, the other listening intently. It's unbelievable. The maids are still gossiping, one covering her mouth in amusement. The other looks utterly stunned by the details. One maid can't contain her amusement, a hand covering her mouth as she shares a juicy detail. The two men continue their discussion, one looking quite surprised. The speed of the rumor is a topic. The maids react with wide eyes and open mouths. The story, it seems, has been subtly exaggerated. A man with purple hair smirks, demanding details from the arriving aide. The story is about to unfold. A young man, Hans, arrives, greeted by eager maids. They press him for confirmation about the sword saint. The man with purple hair looks surprised, covering his mouth thoughtfully. He realizes the secret has spread far. Hans looks thrilled, his eyes wide with excitement. The sound effect emphasizes his sudden, eager reaction. Hans animatedly recounts the shocking event. Our hero subduing the young lord and taking his sword. A glowing sword lies on the ground, a symbol of victory. Few know this event was a calculated scheme. A document lies on a polished table, its contents hinting at deeper machinations. The sound suggests contemplation. Our hero stands by a window, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He appears pleased with the outcome. He licks his lips, a cunning gleam in his eyes. Perfect weather for his crafted rumors to spread. A satisfied, almost sinister smile spreads across his face. He considers this a lucky escape for the youngest. His younger brother looks up, eyes wide with fear and apprehension. He barely manages a single word. A hand grips a gleaming sword, held high against a brilliant sky. It shines with undeniable power. Our hero, shrouded in a dark aura, wields his sword with a fierce, determined expression. He stands over his brother, looking down with an imposing presence. The atmosphere is tense. The youngest brother cries out, his face contorted in fear and regret. He admits his mistake loudly. Our hero gazes down with a cold, unyielding expression. His features are shadowed, showing no mercy. With a powerful strike, he shatters his brother's sword. The sound of destruction echoes sharply. Broken pieces of the sword scatter as his brother watches in sheer terror. It's a clear message. He looms over his cowering brother, a menacing smile hinting at further retribution. This is no game. The youngest brother flinches, his eyes wide with fear. He's completely intimidated by his older brother. Our hero delivers a stern warning, emphasizing the importance of knowing one's place and behavior. He forcefully grabs his brother's chin, demanding acknowledgement. The tension in the air is palpable. He looks satisfied, confident that the troublesome young masters will now be quiet for a time. He glances back with a smirk, feeling that the internal family matters are now somewhat settled. His attention shifts to a document, contemplating the next target. Dealing with House Logren. A hand rests on a table, a subtle gesture of authority. The next phase of his plan begins. The older man, Hugo, looks surprised as he processes the information. This is serious business. Our hero stands seriously, confirming the information for his father. The gravity of the situation is clear. He looks down, determined to make the culprits pay a heavy price. His father's words motivate him. Our hero sits, pondering the Vestra territory. It's a key location in the unfolding conflict. A hand slams down on the table, expressing frustration and disbelief. This situation is truly absurd. He explains the territory's proximity, arguing they acted believing they were beyond reach. A calculated risk. His father strokes his beard thoughtfully, concluding that this territory was indeed a blind spot. His father questions his son's intentions. What does he hope to gain by reporting this? Our hero stands calmly, reminding his father that this matter was entrusted entirely to him. He states his need clearly and directly. He requires more power to handle the situation. His father looks surprised, repeating the word power with a questioning tone. He seeks clarification. A majestic, powerful beast is shown caught in a thorny trap, symbolizing a formidable adversary. Our hero puts a finger to his lips. Merely catching a beast doesn't mean having the tools. His father looks serious, pointing out the contradiction. His son merely wants to exploit his resources. A teacup sits on the table as his father muses. It could be rational, but something feels off. His father expresses disappointment, questioning if using his resources would truly earn his son credit. Our hero stands firm, asserting that true hunters earn their name by their own strength. He argues that an accomplishment achieved with help is merely a half measure, lacking true merit. He reflects on the authority granted to him. He was given the chance to resolve this himself. His father looks stern, challenging his son's decision to avoid the direct challenge. Was it the best choice? His father demands an answer, his gaze unwavering. The tension between them is palpable. Our hero looks determined, stating that if this method allows him to complete the hunt, he confidently declares he will gladly choose that path, whatever it may be. He's resolute. Our hero maintains his confident stance, while his father's expression shows clear disapproval. His father, visibly angry, argues that the royal path only rewards those who truly follow it. Our hero listens seriously as his father condemns his approach as selfish, given the struggles of others. Our hero stands resolute, hearing his father's warning. Such foolhardiness will ultimately lead to lost trust. He asserts his belief. The true essence of the hunt lies in protection, not merely the catch. He confidently asks if it truly matters if his method is a half measure, as long as the threat is gone. Our hero looks surprised, then questions his father's forgetfulness. He reminds him of his position. He gazes at roses, musing there's no need for greed. He considers a future without his father's strength. His hand touches the roses, a silent vow that the true inheritor of power will be determined. The action intensifies as the story unfolds. 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 The action action intensifies as the story unfolds. The 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 action intensifies as the story unfolds. A humble figure bows low, offering profuse apologies to the nobleman. He claims ignorance of the noble's arrival. The knight, unamused, draws his sword with a menacing flash. He threatens to cut down anyone who approaches. The humble figure bows again, pleading for forgiveness from the stern knight. He identifies himself as a guide. A sly, knowing smile spreads across the humble guide's face. He inwardly anticipates a much bigger catch. The arrogant young noble covers his nose, visibly disgusted by the surroundings. His knight stands ready beside him. The noble's face contorts in a grimace of profound disgust. He finds the entire setting utterly dreadful. The noble confidently strides into the building, his knight following close behind. The humble guide watches them enter. Still covering his nose with a cloth, the noble surveys the interior. His expression shows clear disdain for the place. The guide subtly scans the accompanying knights, observing their numbers and assessing their capabilities. He notes their small escort. The main knight stands guard, his presence radiating vigilance and seriousness. He never leaves the noble's side. The guide observes the maids accompanying the noble, then dismisses them as a peculiar, pathetic detail. The noble impatiently snaps at the guide, demanding to be led. The guide quickly rushes forward to obey. The guide sprints ahead, a fleeting, sly smile playing on his lips. He looks back at the approaching noble. Inside, the noble remains disgusted, covering his nose with a handkerchief. The interior is even more dreadful. He suspects the manager, Hugo, of embezzling family funds. The noble believes the exterior is merely a deceptive facade. From the shadows, the general manager, Hugo, steps forward. His presence exudes a calm, confident demeanor. Hugo smiles, a hand resting on his sword as he greets the young noble. He apologizes for the slight delay. Hugo observes the noble and his escorts, his expression knowing. He notes their presence, indicating no funny business. The noble screams in shock and anger, pointing frantically. He demands to know what Hugo thinks he is doing. A mysterious, glowing crystal object sits on a pedestal. Its internal energy pulses with an intense blue light. A sharp projectile strikes the crystal, causing it to crack and splinter. The impact unleashes a surge of energy. The crystal explodes in a blinding flash of intense light. The knights instinctively shield their eyes in panic. The entire room is engulfed in an overwhelming, disorienting light. Figures are barely visible through the intense glare. Several knights collapse to the ground, clutching their eyes in agony. They are completely incapacitated by the flash. The noble and his personal knight also struggle, covering their eyes. The blinding light affects everyone equally. From outside, the entire building is enveloped in the powerful light. The scene suggests a massive, destructive event. The noble screams in agony, his hands pressed tightly over his eyes. He is completely disoriented and terrified. Still blinded, he desperately yells for his guards. He can't see anything, demanding to know what is happening. A menacing, shadowy figure looms over the disoriented noble. His desperate cries for help go unanswered. The noble collapses to the ground, looking up in sheer terror. He realizes his guards are not responding to him. Suddenly, blood splatters violently from his knight's chest. The loyal protector falls, his life brutally extinguished. The noble stares, horrified, at his fallen knight. He realizes with dawning horror that they have been betrayed. He looks around the darkened room, bewildered and in despair. The silence is broken only by his own ragged breathing. Silhouetted figures of the attackers move swiftly in the dim light. They are ruthless and efficient, eliminating all resistance. Another knight falls, blood gushing from a fatal wound. The ambush is a brutal and swift massacre. A silent assassin eliminates another knight from behind. The attackers are precise, leaving no chance for defense. The noble screams in unadulterated horror, witnessing the slaughter. He is completely helpless amidst the chaos. Hugo and the humble guide stand together, calmly observing the bloody scene. Their expressions reveal a chilling satisfaction. The floor is littered with the bodies of the fallen knights. The devastation of the ambush is starkly evident. The leader of the attackers calmly sheathes his sword. He confirms that all threat factors have been eliminated. The guide gulps, a look of dawning realization on his face. He understands the true weight of this situation. The leader looks down at the terrified noble, asserting his authority. He commands the noble to experience his power. The noble kneels, desperately begging the attackers to stay back. His voice is filled with terror and pleading. He desperately proclaims his noble identity, the fourth son of Logren. He hopes this will deter his captors. The leader grabs the noble, declaring his fate is now decided. He mentions the Archduke of Valdek with cold certainty. The noble reacts with utter shock and horror, eyes wide. The mention of House Valdek sends a chill down his spine. Hugo removes the guide's hood, revealing the true identity. The noble gasps in profound, unexpected realization. The guide is revealed to be a young noble from House Valdek. This shocking truth rocks the captured noble. In a panic, the captured noble desperately yells at his remaining maids. He demands protection, realizing his dire situation. One of the maids, Felicia, looks up with a serious expression. She is the only remaining threat factor. A sharp, determined glint shines in Felicia's eyes. Her gaze now holds an unexpected intensity and resolve. The desperate noble grants Felicia permission to wield a sword. He believes she can handle this impossible situation. Felicia grabs a sword, and her entire aura transforms dramatically. She moves with a newfound, powerful grace. Her hand grips the sword with a firm, confident hold. The air around her crackles with an unseen energy. Felicia stands transformed, her gaze intense and powerful. Her demeanor is completely different from a humble maid. The question hangs in the air. Sword Demon Felix, is it truly you? Her true identity is finally revealed. The room lies in chaos, littered with fallen figures, evidence of a brutal struggle. A few combatants remain standing. She shields the terrified young man. A fierce determination in her eyes as the danger closes in around them. "Get me out of here." The young man screams, his voice trembling with fear and a desperate plea. She vows, "I'll make sure you're no longer insulted for the lowly blood of your mother." Her resolve hardens. "Isn't protecting me the reason you exist?" He shouts, his face contorted in a mix of panic and accusation. Her gaze is sharp, commanding. "Shut your mouth if you want to live," she warns, her tone icy. Her hand tightens around the sword hilt, fingers firm and ready. A faint glow emanates from the blade. Her eyes blaze with blue energy, reflecting her resolve. "I'm sick and tired of your stupidity," she declares fiercely. The white-haired enemy sneers. "Unbelievable. To think you'd hide behind a woman without an ounce of dignity." Her expression remains firm, unyielding to the enemy's provocation. She prepares for the impending confrontation. The enemy's cold, calculating eye narrows, a silent promise of violence in his steely gaze. She stands her ground, sword ready. "So that is your choice," she states, accepting the challenge. Her foot slams down, a swift movement propelling her forward. The ground beneath her cracks slightly. The enemy's sword flashes, but she meets it head-on, deflecting the blow with surprising speed. Her purple eye glows with fierce concentration, tracking every move. She is completely absorbed in the fight. Her foot glides across the floor, a blur of motion. She moves with an agile, practiced grace. The enemy's blade reflects in her intense eye, a clear image of the danger she faces. She unleashes a powerful attack, her sword wreathed in a vibrant purple aura. The air crackles. Her jaw is clenched, a grimace of effort and resolve on her face as she pushes. Swords clash violently between them, sparks flying. Their combat is a furious dance of offense and defense. The enemy recoils, knocked back by her unexpected force. A look of surprise crosses his face. His eye widens in pure shock. A momentary lapse in his composure as he registers her power. She moves like a phantom, a blur of motion across the battlefield. Her speed is truly astonishing. The observer notes reaction speed bordering on precognition, unconventional and unrestricted movements. He watches intently. Two figures observe the intense battle from a balcony above, their faces shadowed and thoughtful. A memory flickers. The sword demon Felix, his masculine form striking a powerful pose. Even back then, he had a grace and demeanor unsuited for the mercenary world. The thoughts continue. He rests beneath a tree, a youthful figure in simpler times, a sword leaning beside him quietly. Felix always stood out thanks to his slender frame and delicate features. The memory recounts clearly. Be my meat shield? The young man screams, terrified. She thinks, now I understand. A realization dawning. Blood drips from the enemy's cut hand, a stark testament to her skill and the precision of her blade. He acknowledges, I still have a long way to go, to underestimate her without noticing her hidden fangs. His lips are stained with blood, a grim line across his face. The pain is evident. He unleashes a potent, crimson aura, engulfing the room in a swirling vortex of raw power. She realizes, a master several levels above me whom I can't handle as I am now. Now I can't even rely on a fluke. Two hooded figures observe the battle from the upper level, their presence adding to the tension. The observer adds, not to mention someone who surpasses even them. His words hint at greater power. She raises her sword, a solemn determination etched on her face. This could be her final stand. She thinks, if this is the final strike allowed to me, I won't leave any regrets. Her resolve is absolute. The two observers watch from above, their expressions unreadable as the battle reaches its climax. He watches intently, his gaze sharp and focused on the unfolding drama below. Multiple blades streak through the air, leaving trails of light. The intensity of the fight escalates rapidly. A blue energy strike meets a crimson one, creating a vibrant, explosive clash in the center. The opposing energies collide with tremendous force, erupting in a dazzling burst of light and power. A blinding flash and deafening impact reverberate through the air, shaking the very foundations. The aftermath of the explosion lingers, glowing intensely, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Their eyes glow with fierce determination, reflecting the clash of their wills and their formidable powers. Stop! Both of you stop! A voice thunders, cutting through the chaos with a desperate plea. The face of the one shouting is contorted in urgency, demanding an immediate halt to the conflict. Their gazes remain locked, intense and unyielding despite the interruption. The tension is palpable. A new figure steps between them, emitting a powerful aura that forces a separation. He stands calmly between the two combatants, an imposing presence radiating authority and control. His face remains shadowed, but his glowing eyes convey a profound sense of power and unwavering resolve. I won't tolerate any more bloodshed, he declares, his voice firm and resonating with absolute authority. The white-haired man protests, Third young master, you gave us full discretion. His voice laced with anger. Black Lion, the young master says calmly. Have you forgotten who granted you that authority? He states, I am fully aware of your concerns. However, if we continue, it will surely end in someone's death. He turns to her. As the one in charge of this mission, I have a proposal for you, Felicia. He extends a hand, offering a gesture of truce or negotiation, his expression calm and steady. She stands opposite him, her posture still defiant, contemplating his unexpected offer carefully. "However, if you lose," he continues, "you must lay down your sword and surrender peacefully." Her gaze is distant, lost in thought. She considers the terms, weighing the heavy implications of his proposal. The crowd stirs, a hushed anticipation filling the air as two figures prepare for a fateful confrontation. Our young master stands ready, a confident smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with unknown intent. She glances, surprised and hesitant, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple, caught off guard by the challenge. "A duel? With the young master? What are you?" She questions, but a frantic voice cuts her off. "Felicia, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and accept his offer." The frantic brother demands sharply. His face contorted with desperation, he points accusingly. "The only thing you need to think about is my safety." Blood stains the wooden floor, evidence of a brutal past. Fallen figures lay motionless, a grim reminder. She grips her sword, her gaze lowered, the weight of past sacrifices heavy on her troubled mind. "Because of these incompetent fools," he rages, his voice raw with anger and frustration, pressing her further. "Don't you feel sorry for your brother going through such hardships?" He screams, his eyes wide with fury. "Show me that, unlike them, you're actually useful. Show them you're different from your mother's kind." Strong hand clamps down, silencing the brother's tirade. "Shut up," our young master commands calmly. The brother's rant abruptly halts, his eyes widening in fear as he stares at the young master's back. A chilling red glow emanates from his presence. "They're not the kind of people scum like you can speak of so lightly. Don't further insult those who died trying to protect you," he asserts with cold authority, nor Felicia. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, a silent threat. "If you keep barking, I'll cut out your tongue. I declare this to everyone present." Our young master states, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. He gazes down at the scene, a solemn declaration on his lips. "I take full responsibility for the outcome, even if by some chance I lose," he continues, his voice unwavering. "I expect everyone to honor my promise." Two men observe from above, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern at the unfolding drama. He turns to her, his intent clear. "The third son of House Valdek, Lucian Valdek," he introduces himself. Her expression turns serious, acknowledging his challenge. "I stake my name and challenge you to a duel." Our young master extends his hand, a golden aura surrounding him. "Felicia, draw your sword for your own sake." The title card appears, signaling a new chapter in this intense and unfolding narrative. The two combatants face each other across the hall, their silhouettes stark against the dim light. "Raymond, are you really just going to stand by and watch?" asks the observer, a hint of worry in his voice. She moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion. "Even though I didn't go all out since my goal was just to subdue her." Her eyes narrow, reflecting intense focus. "She not only blocked my sword, but even managed to injure me." She holds her sword, a formidable presence. Looking at her sword form and mana control, the observer notes. Her movements are fluid, powerful. It's obvious she hasn't received formal training, but all that feels meaningless. Her sword glows, a surge of power. Since she possesses outstanding talent and an incredible eye for the sword, she stands as a silhouette, her skill undeniable. With the third young master's current skill level, he'll never be able to match her. Our young master stands ready, sword in hand, his gaze firm despite the grim assessment from the observers. The young master's boldness and judgment were impressive, but martial prowess is an entirely different matter. Raymond's face is serious. "You need to make a decision, Raymond," the other observer urges, seeking his leadership. He considers the words carefully. "Right, I'm of the same mind," Raymond responds, his resolve hardening. "However, just this once, let's just observe the situation." Raymond suggests, a thoughtful look on his face. What do you mean by that?" The other observer asks, clearly confused by Raymond's unexpected statement. A sword is drawn, its metallic sheen reflecting the light. "The moment the third young master borrowed my sword for the duel." Raymond's expression remains intense. "He told me exactly what you had read from crossing swords with her." He looks thoughtful, remembering. "That mysterious girl's talent for the sword and her eyes were exceptional." "Ha!" The other observer chuckles, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Raymond nods gravely. That means the third young master has a clear grasp of his own situation. Raymond explains with a knowing glance. "Let's watch," he says, a hint of curiosity in his voice, "and see what kind of picture the third young master is painting." She observes our young master, a silent assessment in her gaze. "Lucian Valdec," she whispers. Her feet shift slightly. "He's cut from a different cloth than any noble I know," she thinks, surprised. Her expression is one of utter bewilderment. He didn't stop at disguising himself as a personal attendant. He's stepping up to fight a seemingly unnecessary duel himself. She muses, her eyes fixed on him. Her gaze is intense, trying to decipher his motives. "I can't fathom all his true intentions, but," she stands confidently, her resolve clear. "One thing is certain, he's no match for me," she asserts silently. A slight smile touches her lips. However, she thinks, a new plan forming in her mind, a subtle shift. She places her hand on her sword. "For granting such an opportunity to my lowly self, I will never forget your grace." Our young master watches her, awaiting her terms. "If I subdue you, young master," she proposes. Her eyes are sharp with determination. "I will accept the disgrace and leave this place quietly," she declares. His eyes meet hers, a silent challenge. "But if I'm the one to do so, you'll come with me to Kelheim instead." Our young master offers a slight smile, recognizing her spirit. "You seem to have made your resolve," he states. The two combatants stand ready, silhouetted against the bright light, the tension palpable in the vast space. Felicia draws her sword, adopting a ready stance, her focus absolute, preparing for the first move. Our young master mirrors her, his sword poised, a calm intensity in his eyes as he awaits her attack. She lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion. "I don't want to leave him with unnecessary injuries." Her eyes glow with a fierce purple light, mana swirling around her. "I'll neutralize him in a single strike." A powerful purple aura erupts around her, the air crackling with energy as she unleashes her full might. The grand estate stands bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, a beacon in the vast, starry night. A distinguished figure with a solemn expression stands alone on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Footsteps echo softly, breaking the stillness of the night as someone approaches the thoughtful man. He turns, his gaze sharp and expectant, posing a crucial question. "Well, how was he?" His voice deepens, a hint of concern in his tone as he asks about Lucian. "That child." He questions the younger man, seeking assurance about the boy's future potential to lead Valdec. The younger man, with a confident smile, delivers his assessment. He was an unwavering center. A subtle expression of satisfaction crosses his face, absorbing the positive report about the young master. He admits his initial low expectations, fearing the boy would be easily swayed by those around him. The man expresses surprise, acknowledging that the report he's receiving is far beyond what he anticipated. The younger man then presses, his words hinting at a deeper, shared understanding between them. The older man justifies the mission's gravity, cautioning against premature judgment on the succession. He stands, his back to us, contemplating a framed portrait that hangs on the wall. The man corrects himself, then firmly declares the topic closed, silencing further discussion. His expression shifts to thoughtful consideration, concluding the young master must indeed be impressive. A soft rustle of paper as one man hands a document to another. A silent exchange of information. A close-up reveals his intense, calculating gaze, reflecting deep thought and keen observation. He remarks on the other man's expression, suggesting that even his face betrays something. He places a hand on the man's shoulder, indicating a willingness to indulge the young master. He extends an invitation to share a drink, noting the time passed since their last shared moment. He tempts his companion further, mentioning a liquor specifically chosen to suit his taste. The two men stand together, sharing a moment of calm under the vast night sky. The man's expression hardens, delivering a cryptic warning that his words will soon be regretted. He clarifies his warning, implying the mission's scope is far too vast for a single night. They stand overlooking the sprawling city, a silent testament to the vastness of their domain. The story title appears, hinting at a tale of reincarnation and noble lineage within a powerful family. The scene shifts to a bright, vibrant forest, filled with the gentle sounds of chirping birds. The rhythmic sound of hoofbeats fills the air as a group of riders moves through the dense forest. The narrator reveals their current journey, heading towards Kelheim after completing a mission in Vestra. Our hero on horseback looks ahead with a thoughtful expression. The mission still weighs. He recalls the immediate aftermath of his decisive match against Felicia, setting the scene. He holds the collapsed woman, her body limp from exhaustion, a consequence of their intense confrontation. She collapsed from mana overuse, so he sent her and the maids to a nearby city for recovery. The panicked man mutters in despair, convinced his father will disown him for his actions. Our hero remains calm, reflecting on the stubborn noble who resisted to the very last moment. He reveals the grim punishment, forcing the man to dig his own vassal's grave by hand. Swords pierce the earth under a dramatic twilight sky, marking a somber and final resting place. Our hero watches, hoping the act will impart the profound weight of a life tragically taken. A gentle breeze rustles as our hero rides, his expression calm and unwavering amidst the journey. His eye flashes with fierce resolve, a silent promise of retribution against Hugo's betrayal. The man yells desperately at our hero, demanding to be treated as a proper prisoner of war. He rages, questioning how a Logran noble can be treated so poorly, threatening enmity. Our hero observes calmly, noting the man's complete inability to grasp the gravity of his actions. Our hero tusks dismissively, a clear sign of his disdain for the other man's lack of understanding. He offers a stern piece of advice: choose words carefully to prolong one's meager existence. Our hero's gaze is sharp as he warns the man, this is sacred ground his father avoids. The man's face contorts in shock, finally comprehending the immense danger he is truly in. Our hero reveals the truth. They are in Kelheim, the undisputed heart and core of Valdek. He gazes down upon the sprawling city, a magnificent vista of Kelheim laid out below. The massive city gates slowly creak open, bathing the entrance in a brilliant, welcoming light. A wave of thunderous cheers erupts as our hero and his men ride into the bustling city. The crowd roars, ecstatic at the return of Lord Lucian, their beloved third young master. The crowd hails his heroic feat, exposing House Logran's evil and capturing their leader. Confetti rains down on the jubilant crowd, celebrating their hero's triumphant and glorious return. People shout for his attention, proclaiming him Valdek's lion, a symbol of strength returned. Our hero looks bewildered, asking his companion what exactly is happening with this grand reception. He recalls his simple request, a public announcement of Logran's misdeeds through a letter. Our hero is praised for his successful first mission, earning him great luck. He smiles, enjoying the moment at the grand dining table. He reaches for his meal, a slight clatter of cutlery filling the opulent dining hall. A successful mission feels very good. The authoritative man confirms they have secured definitive evidence. His gaze is sharp, indicating the gravity of their recent success. The elder man commends our hero for his good work. He responds with feigned humility, accepting the praise graciously. Our hero happily eats, expressing gratitude for being lent the powerful Black Lion. He seems truly delighted by the opportunity. He pauses his meal, wondering about the fate of the captured child. A thoughtful expression now replaces his earlier delight. The older man speaks chillingly about the captured child's father watching his own offspring perish. His expression remains cold. He believes the child's family will not simply stand by and watch. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. His eyes narrow, hinting at deeper plans as he concludes they must simply wait and observe the outcome. A mystical scale hovers in the dark, symbolizing the calculating nature of the man. His reputation precedes him. He is a ruthless man, willing to sacrifice his own child for the sake of his family's interests. His eye glows with a cold, calculating intensity, reflecting his ruthless ambition and unwavering resolve. Our hero looks down, a bead of sweat forming as he comprehends the older man's cold pragmatism. A subtle frown forms on his lips, revealing a hint of unease or internal conflict regarding the discussion. The older man sips his wine, dismissing our hero's concerns about future events. He maintains firm control. Our hero listens, surprised by the older man's words, acknowledging his significant contributions. He seems slightly relieved. The older man then asks our hero what he desires as a reward for his successful mission. Our hero flinches, a blush creeping onto his face as the older man mentions a personal letter. The older man implies our hero seeks more than a simple celebration. Given his unusual correspondence, our hero lets out a small laugh, covering his mouth as if caught in a playful moment. He scratches his head, feigning awkwardness at the direct question about his desired reward. With a confident smile and gleaming eyes, he declares his humble request now that the topic is open. He makes eye contact, ready to present his request. Surrounded by an aura of confident expectation, he gestures to himself, about to speak of someone who made a great contribution this time. The older man's sharp, immediate rejection makes his smile falter, his eyes widening in pure shock. He stares, utterly bewildered, as question marks float around his head, unable to process the refusal. He stutters in disbelief, calling out to the older man, completely taken aback by the sudden rejection. He protests, unable to believe he was cut off before even finishing his request. It's truly frustrating. The older man calmly cuts his food, perceptively revealing our hero's unspoken request for a knighthood. He states that despite the contributions, the individual's past connections to the rival family are undeniable. He asserts that without our hero's intervention, the individual would have fully sided with their enemies. Our hero protests, calling the older man's statement purely hypothetical and not a concrete fact. He slams his hand down, emphasizing that the individual clearly cooperated and achieved significant merit. The older man sternly calls out our hero's name, a clear warning in his voice and gaze. His hand firmly sets down the glass, his voice declaring an end to the discussion. Our hero looks down, defeated, as the older man asserts the high standards required for knighthood. He looks up, a flicker of hurt in his eyes, hearing the older man question the individual's qualifications. He sighs in resignation, admitting he expected the refusal, but it still stings to hear it. He tries to argue, suggesting they could offer gold coins if that's what the individual desires. He continues, even offering to create a new identity for the individual if that would help. The older man cuts him off, stating definitively that knighthood is simply not an option. He provides a vague reason, implying a strategic timing issue rather than a lack of merit. Our hero sighs, looking down in disappointment, apologizing for the missed opportunity to his subordinate. He looks up, accepting the decision, admitting that he might have been a bit too hasty. The older man, now magnanimous, suggests asking for a less ambitious reward this time. Our hero looks up, a slow, sinister smile spreading across his face as he inhales deeply. His smile widens, eyes gleaming with a calculated mischief, as he announces a very minor request. He grins fiercely, eyes glowing yellow, revealing a predatory intensity as he prepares his request. He makes his request, permission for someone to meet the legendary sword saint. His grin holds firm. The older man's face registers pure shock and disbelief at the unexpected and bold request. A vast, opulent palace stands majestically, surrounded by beautiful, serene gardens and sparkling water features. Two stern guards stand before a heavily fortified door, marking the entrance to a prisoner camp. A young woman sits alone on a simple bed within a sparsely furnished, stone-walled room. The young woman observes her surroundings, noting this is no ordinary prison, but a facility for nobles. She expresses surprise at being assigned a maid, especially in such a supposedly noble facility. They even provide regular meals and medical treatment, adding to her growing confusion and suspicion. She ponders their true intentions, utterly perplexed by the unusual treatment she receives here. She hugs her knees, mumbling acceptance, perhaps finding a strange comfort in her current situation. A dark flashback shows her escaping a hellish place, a memory of past struggle and desperate flight. She falls through the dark abyss, a stark reminder of the torment she endured in that hellish place. Back in the present, she lies on her bed, wistfully wishing to wield a sword just one last time. A grand city square bustles with life, but attention converges on a central gathering. Many people observe the unfolding events. The blonde young master stands on a balcony, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he murmurs, Down below, the blonde young master faces an older, distinguished man with a golden beard. He looks surprised by his presence. The older man, the Archduke, speaks with authority, questioning his son's choice of companions for this important occasion. The Archduke's gaze is firm and direct, his presence commanding silence from all who are gathered around him. Before the Archduke, the blonde young master, the purple-haired maid, and the scarred knight bow in respectful greeting. The scarred knight looks up, his face etched with emotion as the Archduke begins to address him directly. The Archduke speaks to the knight, acknowledging his contributions, but also reminding him of past transgressions. The scarred knight responds with humility, accepting full responsibility for his undeniable faults without any excuses. The Archduke continues, revealing that the young master requested the knight be knighted, even giving up his own reward. The blonde young master looks on, a surprised expression on his face as he hears his father disclose this information. Tears well in the scarred knight's eyes. He is deeply moved, realizing the young master truly kept his promise. From the balcony, the Archduke looks down, explaining his decision to refuse the young master's request for now. The Archduke states that it wasn't the right time for the knight to bear that weight, urging him to build more merits. He extends his hand, offering a path for the knight to earn his honor through continued devotion and hard work. The Archduke's eyes hold a promise, stating he will look forward to the day the knight achieves his true honor. The scarred knight bows deeply, his face filled with determination, vowing to live up to the Archduke's high expectations. The Archduke then turns his attention, his gaze now fixed upon the purple-haired maid standing beside the young master. The purple-haired maid, startled, looks up at the Archduke, acknowledging his question about her name, Felicia. The Archduke speaks sternly, reminding the maid of the significant risk the young master is taking for her. The maid looks down, her expression troubled as the Archduke emphasizes the gravity of the young master's gamble. The Archduke's face hardens, delivering a stark warning about the consequences if the maid fails to prove her worth. He leans in, his voice low and menacing, suggesting the young master would be seen as foolish, blinded by lust. The Archduke demands an answer from the maid, questioning whether she truly believes she possesses such value. The maid hesitates, her gaze still cast downward, struggling to find words to respond to the Archduke's challenging question. The blonde young master steps forward, his voice firm and confident, declaring that he will be the one to answer. He addresses his father with unwavering confidence, asserting that the maid possesses more than enough value. The young master looks at his father, his eyes gleaming with conviction, challenging any doubts about his choice. He acknowledges that others might call his choice foolish. Perhaps even the maid herself harbors some uncertainty. With a determined look, the young master declares that all doubts will end today, his conviction absolute and unyielding. The maid looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, as the young master speaks of her true, hidden potential. The young master encourages her, urging her to respond with confidence, revealing her true worth to everyone present. The maid's eyes harden with resolve. She looks up, ready to face the challenge, no longer hesitant or uncertain. The Archduke observes his son's unwavering confidence, a subtle, approving smile playing on his lips. From the high balcony, the Archduke looks out, reflecting on his decision to support his son's chosen path. He hopes his child's first attempt to spread wings will succeed, catching a strong tailwind to propel him forward. The Archduke descends, his presence signifying his commitment to witnessing his son's choices firsthand. The blonde young master turns, meeting his father's gaze, a quiet acknowledgement passing between them, accepting the challenge. The Archduke, the young master, and the butler stand in anticipation, awaiting the arrival of the formidable sword saint. The young master bows deeply to his father, a gesture of profound gratitude for his unwavering support and trust. The Archduke, with a gentle smile, accepts his son's thanks, a bond of understanding solidified between them. The sword saint strides confidently into the courtyard, his presence commanding attention from all who observe him. He greets the Archduke and the young master, acknowledging their presence at this crucial family matter. The sword saint explains his attendance, stating his curiosity as a fellow knight compelled him to witness the event. The Archduke requests the sword saint judge without mercy, completely disregarding his son's face during the test. The blonde young master smiles, agreeing with his father's request, emphasizing the importance of an impartial judgment. The sword saint accepts the terms, his expression firm, confirming he will proceed strictly with the test. The sword saint faces the maid, his demeanor serious, ready to assess her abilities with unwavering scrutiny. The maid looks at the sword saint, awe and reverence clear in her eyes, recognizing his legendary presence before her. She feels the air around them shift, a palpable change in the atmosphere, confirming the Sword Saint's immense power. With a respectful bow, the maid introduces herself to the Sword Saint, expressing her honor at meeting him. The maid begins to introduce herself. "My name is Felicai." But the Sword Saint cuts her off abruptly. The Sword Saint raises a hand, halting her introduction, indicating that her name is not yet necessary for this moment. He instructs her to let her sword speak for itself, stating that her name will come only after her display of skill. The Sword Saint holds a simple wooden sword, his gaze sharp, ready to begin the test and evaluate her talent. The Archduke and the young master watch from above, their expressions a mix of anticipation and watchful observation. The Sword Saint explains the test, jamming the wooden sword 2 spans deep into the ground, a challenging feat. The young master thinks the task is difficult for her physical strength alone, but notes mana control could help. He considers the maid's potential, believing that with proper mana control, she might just succeed in the challenge. The maid stands before the embedded sword, her mind racing, understanding the significance of this unique opportunity. She focuses intently, determined to act carefully and precisely, knowing this chance will not come again for her. She recalls a previous demonstration, attempting to emulate the technique, channeling her focus to the task at hand. Her hands glow with focused mana, a visible surge of energy as she prepares to pull the wooden sword from the earth. With a concentrated burst, the maid pulls the sword, a powerful effort evident in her strained expression and posture. She holds the wooden sword aloft, triumphant, having successfully pulled it out without making any mistakes. The maid looks at the Sword Saint, a hopeful smile on her face, asking what she should do next after her success. The Sword Saint declares the test over, his words surprising the maid, who looks utterly confused by his decision. The maid expresses her confusion, questioning what he means, having just followed his instructions to pull the sword. The Sword Saint points out her confused expression, noting her bewilderment despite her apparent success in the task. She admits her confusion, explaining that she simply pulled the sword as he instructed, unaware of his true assessment. He lunges forward with all his might, a desperate strike against an unmoving opponent. The water explodes around them. The old man stands his ground, a silent pillar amidst the chaos. His presence alone is overwhelming. He watches our hero's struggles with a discerning eye, an almost bored expression on his weathered face. Blades meet in a blinding flash of light and force, but the old man remains utterly unshaken. Our hero is sent flying backward, the sheer power of the parry pushing him away with ease. The old man's gaze remains steady, devoid of surprise or effort, as if this was all expected. Was your desperation only worth this much? The old man's words cut deep, mocking his spent efforts. He tries again, his sword striking the old man's back, but it shatters like fragile ice. Our hero realizes the immense gap. The old man hasn't taken a single step throughout their entire fight. Panting heavily, our hero struggles to catch his breath. His body aches, but his spirit burns. He refuses to yield, pushing through the pain and fatigue, his resolve hardening with every beat. A nervous gulp escapes him. The realization of his limits is terrifying, yet he won't break. The old man stands as an insurmountable silhouette, radiating an oppressive aura of absolute mastery and power. Our hero's eyes widen, filled with both despair and a fierce, unyielding determination to overcome. He gathers his remaining strength, his sword now glowing with a faint, ethereal blue energy. With renewed vigor, he dashes forward, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light in his wake. The old man watches, unperturbed, as the blue energy swirls around him, completely unaffected. His expression remains serene, a silent testament to his profound understanding of the sword. The blue aura intensifies around him. However, it's not enough yet, the old man declares. For the first time, the old man takes a single, deliberate step, shifting the very ground. He extends a hand, and the blue energy around our hero seems to coalesce, responding to him. A radiant pink light glows between his hands, a conduit for something far more profound now. Our hero concentrates, a deep focus etched on his face, ready to unleash everything he has. A monstrous, roaring red beast of resentment erupts from him, an overwhelming display of raw power. His eye glows with an intense, burning red, fueled by every bit of his suppressed rage. He screams, unleashing years of pent-up resentment, manifesting as a torrent of crimson energy. The old man calmly observes the fierce red energy, acknowledging the full force of our hero's release. The concentrated crimson energy strikes the ground, leaving a devastating impact in its wake. A massive explosion of red energy engulfs the area, marking the climax of their intense confrontation. Far above, two men observe the aftermath from a grand balcony, their expressions thoughtful and keen. The younger man's eyes widen slightly in surprise, clearly impressed by the power just witnessed. It is one who has deeply engraved the price of hardship into their body. The elder states. He speaks of the true essence of a reliable swordsman, forged through countless trials and tribulations. I have only ever kept such people by my side. The blond man affirms, his conviction clear. However, there are also those who can effortlessly leap over the tower they have built. He continues. His gaze holds deep insight. Those who possess a talent that inspires fear, he adds. He gestures towards the arena below. Just like that child, he says, a hint of awe. Our hero's face shows unwavering resolve, a silent promise of future growth and power. Two observers share a moment of quiet satisfaction, their decisions seemingly confirmed now. The old man holds a small, sharp blade, his expression thoughtful, reflecting on the fight. His words echo, "You are a child born with the destiny to wield a sword, no matter what." The old man radiates a golden aura, embodying power beyond boundaries that common sense cannot reach. Our hero stands amidst a cosmic expanse, seeing the path of the sword reaching infinity. Our hero and the old man stand clean, ready for a new beginning. "Tell me your name." The old man smiles, his eyes full of approval. No one will doubt that name anymore. Our hero looks up, a new sense of pride dawning in his hopeful, determined eyes. "My name is Felicia," he declares, revealing his challenging past with a quiet strength. The old man turns, listening intently, processing the weight of her story with deep thought. Our hero looks on, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, anticipating the old man's response. Our hero's eyes widen in shock and joy. "Felicia Breitner," the old man proclaims proudly. An overwhelming mix of amazement and gratitude fills our hero's eyes, reflecting his new status. "It will be harsh," the old man warns. "Not a single thing about it will be easy." Our hero looks down, contemplating the challenge. "But even so, will you be okay with that?" Our hero kneels, placing his hand on the old man's sword, a gesture of profound acceptance. The old man gazes at our hero with a gentle, proud expression. A new bond formed. Tears stream down our hero's face, a release of past burdens and newfound hope. Hands meet over the blade, a symbol of their shared future. "Let us move forward together." Rumors always start spreading from the closest places. A cloaked figure stands in a dimly lit, ancient hallway, deep in thought. The figure walks down a dark corridor, footsteps echoing through the empty stone halls. Urgency guides their determined stride. Stepping through a dark archway, the cloaked figure continues their journey. The ancient architecture looms, silent and foreboding. Passing another ornate archway, the figure presses on. Their mission is clearly important, as they move with unwavering resolve. A hand in the shadows passes an important letter to another. "Deliver this to the elders of the family," the voice commands. "The future of House Delito depends on it," the shadowy figure insists. "Get it there as quickly as possible." The messenger, looking stunned and confused, asks, "My lord, what do you mean?" A ripple of unease spreads. The messenger stands, bewildered, clutching the letter. The weight of the message clearly unsettling them, their expression troubled. Another cloaked figure reveals, "I heard the Sword Saint has taken a disciple." The news carries significant implications. "He's always neutral in disputes," the informant explains, "but his disciples can't be exactly the same. If the child backed by the Sword Saint supports one side." The figure continues, a grim prediction forming. "It's only a matter of time before the landscape of House Valdek is overturned." He warns, the gravity sinking in. "If the ship we boarded, named Geordie, can no longer take House Delito to higher places." He muses darkly. "Then it'd be wise to jump ship before it sinks," he concludes, looking out at the city lights. The city sprawls beneath the moonlight, a vast network of power and intrigue, oblivious to the brewing storm. A hand lights a torch, casting flickering shadows. To the one who recently brought in the Sword Saint's disciple, to the ship named Lucian Valdek. The voice states, as the flame illuminates an old, weathered crest. Inside a grand hall, candles illuminate a long table. The atmosphere is tense, filled with unspoken anxieties. As Your Grace predicted, not only the elders, but the maternal relatives of the young masters send letters. A stern-faced butler reports, I've taken measures on my end, but... His expression is grim and cautious. They're not going to just stand by like this, the butler asserts, indicating growing impatience among factions. Wouldn't it be better to take action before the sparks spread further? He suggests, a worried look crossing his face. The family head, a formidable man, stands overlooking the city. He exudes an aura of quiet authority. Head butler, summon all the children within the domain for a family dinner. The patriarch commands, a plan forming. If they intend to make their own children the family head, without realizing it actually ruins them. He contemplates, then they're certainly the type to do whatever it takes. He muses, a dangerous glint in his eye. He clenches his fist, a gesture of resolve. His decisions will shape the future of his powerful house. If there are complaints, we just need to give them a fair chance, don't we? He says, a wry smile. Another man, writing at a desk, ponders. A true man must know how to open doors with his own strength, and if he bears the name of Valdek, he must speak with his own blood. He concludes. A young man stands outside, looking determined. He carries a staff, ready to face whatever comes his way. A blond young man smiles confidently. We'll see who truly possesses the lion's fangs, he declares. Mercenary rebirth among nobles. Art by Chestnut Rice, original by Belf. The stage is set for a grand conflict. The sprawling estate of House Valdek shines under the full moon. A beacon of wealth and power. He walks through the grand halls, passing by servants. The house is alive with activity and anticipation. Two maids whisper conspiratorially, their expressions suggesting surprise and hushed gossip about recent events. They continue to exchange glances, their eyes wide with curiosity and apprehension. Something significant has changed. Servants line the hallway, bowing respectfully as he approaches. His presence now commands an undeniable deference. They greet him, greetings to young Master Lucian. Their tone is noticeably more respectful than before. He acknowledges them. You've all been working hard. Don't mind me, just carry on with your work. A servant murmurs. Young Master Lucian has now become a true man. His influence has clearly grown. He observes, it's not just in the annex where I reside, but also in the main house where Father is. He thinks, I never expected the servants' attitudes to change this much. He savors his newfound respect. He smiles, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The power he now wields is evident in every interaction. It must mean my standing has risen that significantly. He concludes, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Becoming a direct disciple seemed a huge success, he reflects. But I now receive treatment exceeding even that. He stands beside his master and a young woman. His confidence is palpable, having gained significant new standing. He thinks, and now that Felicia has met the Sword Saint, the implications for her future are vast. I can't even imagine what kind of monster she'll become, he muses, a hint of awe in his voice. He smiles, adjusting his collar. Well then, I suppose I should get started with doing my own job too. He enters a lavish room, the sound of his footsteps echoing faintly. The grand dining table awaits. The opulent dining room is set, ready for the family gathering. A sense of impending drama hangs heavy. He sits at the table, observing the other family members with a knowing smirk. Look at those expressions, Tilda. Another brother with long gray hair looks displeased. He finds the atmosphere already growing tiresome. Our guy smirks, enjoying the tension. As expected, they've all got long faces, he thinks to himself. Another brother, looking anxious, glances around the room. The impending family dinner is clearly stressing him. The patriarch addresses his sons at the opulent family dinner. A serious discussion unfolds, hinting at brewing trouble. His stern gaze sweeps over them, conveying the gravity of the situation. Rebellions threaten the empire's stability and power. Shadowy figures conspire, their actions disrupting peace. Assassinations of nobles fuel the growing unrest across the lands. The sons listen intently, their expressions reflecting concern. The firstborn was dispatched to quell the initial uprising. The patriarch strokes his beard thoughtfully, acknowledging ongoing skirmishes. A new, alarming report now demands immediate and serious attention. The second prince visibly gulps, his eyes wide with apprehension. The youngest son beside him also looks increasingly nervous. A dark, foreboding energy fills the grand hall. The chilling words hang in the air. A monster migration has begun. Our protagonist flinches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This revelation escalates the problem far beyond expectations. The monstrous creature looms large under a full moon. A migration means overpopulation, forcing them to hunt new grounds. Hordes of smaller beasts swarm beneath the moon. The severity of this threat depends entirely on their numbers. The desolate landscape of ruins serves as a stark warning. Past migrations have erased entire communities from existence. Our protagonist considers the information, a pensive look on his face. He believes it is premature to declare a full-scale migration. He recalls the 50-year cycle, the last migration only 20 years prior. This new threat burdens his firstborn immensely. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks up. The father's intention to send them to battle becomes clear. Our protagonist maintains a composed demeanor, his golden eyes sharp. He seems to be anticipating the next move. His fingers tap lightly, a gesture of deep contemplation. He is already formulating his strategy in response. The patriarch confirms his decision, his voice resonating with authority. One of his sons must confront the looming threat directly. The firstborn offers a chilling smile, his gaze unsettling. He provocatively asks for volunteers to assist him. The second prince is visibly annoyed by the firstborn's tone. He questions the sincerity of the volunteer request. He explains the futility of volunteering in name only. Taking command from the firstborn is simply impossible. He warns they would be relegated to mere extras. Any accomplishments would unjustly be credited solely to the firstborn. He respectfully questions his father, seeking clarification. Is it truly imperative for a son to step forward? He proposes a more pragmatic solution: send knights for support. Their own lack of experience makes direct intervention inefficient. He then turns to the youngest, seeking his agreement. He wants to gauge the youngest's opinion on the matter. The youngest son stammers, visibly flustered and sweating. He reluctantly agrees, his discomfort clearly apparent. He expresses a desire to help, yet hesitates. He ultimately supports his second brother's cautious approach to the situation. Our protagonist interjects, his voice calm but firm. He states that the proposed solution is likely impossible. He elaborates, explaining the geopolitical complications. Deploying more troops would provoke the surrounding lords immediately. He warns against misinterpretation if they aren't careful. Others might suspect ulterior motives, using the rebels as an excuse. The youngest son gasps, shocked by the implication. The idea of hidden agendas is clearly unsettling to him. He stands abruptly, his face contorted in anger. He can't believe they'd be accused of using rebels as an invasion pretext. He rages at the audacity of such suspicions against their house. Surely a simple warning would suffice for their ridiculous complaints. Our protagonist acknowledges the youngest's point, remaining calm. However, he emphasizes the need for caution, just in case. His eye gleams with a calculating intensity. What if even the emperor himself harbors such fleeting suspicions? The father listens, taking a sip from his cup. He considers the risk of other factions exploiting any vulnerabilities. The father slams his fist, acknowledging the truth. Our protagonist's reasoning proves undeniably correct and valid. He states that even with strong imperial ties, large troop movements create unease. Such actions would inevitably put everyone on edge. A cloaked figure warns of further complications. If noble factions exploit this, the emperor will face a difficult position. The second prince, with a grim expression, poses the crucial question. What course of action should they pursue now? The youngest son ponders, recognizing the dilemma. Official troop deployment is impossible, yet forces are still needed. Our protagonist maintains a serious expression, proposing a solution. They need to control the situation without inciting regional tension. He looks up, inviting input from his brothers. He wants to hear their perspectives on this challenging matter. His eyes are slightly closed, deep in thought. He concludes that only one viable solution remains. Both brothers turn their attention to our protagonist. They await his decisive answer with anticipation. He describes a group possessing vast combat experience and local ties. They are willing to act, provided conditions are met. He suggests an armed group that avoids controversy. The solution lies in utilizing Bornholm's local mercenaries. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. Even for unruly mercenaries, the authority of House Valdek is essential. Our protagonist rises, his gaze firm and resolute. He volunteers himself for this challenging and critical mission. The title card appears, signaling a new chapter. Our protagonist's journey as a reborn mercenary among nobles begins. Weeks pass, and a grand ship sails across the open sea. The journey to Bornholm is now well underway. The wind whips through the ship's sails, propelling it forward. The vast ocean stretches out, endless and blue. Our protagonist stands on deck, observing the horizon. His two escorts stand dutifully by his side. He holds a coin, reflecting on the task ahead. Dealing with mercenaries always presents significant challenges. Coins gleam, symbolizing the primary motivator for mercenaries. Money is their sole justification for any action. Yet, even with money, their loyalty remains fleeting. Mere payment cannot truly bind these unpredictable individuals. Their words hold little weight, shifting with the wind. They readily change their allegiances as needed. Contracts are mere jokes, easily discarded and forgotten. Such is the unpredictable nature of mercenaries. He recalls his own mercenary past, yet finds their mindset astonishing. He's amazed by their complete lack of loyalty. He reflects on their code, abandoning employers for survival. He notes this is the mark of a proper mercenary. He acknowledges their difficulty, but dismisses it as a major problem. Managing them, he believes, is well within his capabilities. Mysterious energy swirls, illuminating a lone figure in the vast, star-dusted expanse. Power courses through the ethereal space. A hand reaches out, beckoning the celestial energy. The figure's form begins to solidify, taking on a human shape. The glowing figure descends rapidly, striking the ground with immense force. A defeated, cloaked man lies nearby. A hooded figure looks up in disbelief, clutching his sword. He shouts, what is the meaning of this?" Another cloaked soldier stares, his eyes wide with shock. He frantically calls out, "Squad leader." A close-up reveals the soldier's intense realization. He thinks he wasn't just an ordinary child. The young hero stands confidently amidst the defeated, his scabbard held casually. He appears entirely unfazed. A smirk plays on his lips. The soldier continues his thought. He's a monster. His fear is palpable. Our hero grins widely, exultant. He feels, so this is what IT feels like. The sensation of my body moving exactly as I want IT to. Anna surges around him, a vibrant blue light outlining his form. His heart recovers, intense as a volcano. The hooded figures stand frozen, their faces etched with terror. They witness a power beyond their comprehension. The hero unleashes a blinding aura of power, radiating outward. His performance is truly beyond imagination. His eyes glow ominously, a stern warning in his gaze. He asks, "Are you still unable to grasp the situation?" One hooded figure collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. The hero declares, "There will be no more warnings." Others follow suit, begging for mercy. The hero commands, "On your knees, all of you." Our hero's expression hardens as he observes them. One pleads, "Please have mercy, if only for our innocent children." He sees the desperation in their eyes. He notices the children's eyes are full of resentment and anger. A somber realization washes over him. He understands. This is why. War always leaves a bitter aftertaste. He offers a path forward, a chance for justice. "As long as you fully cooperate, I will ensure you're formally tried in a court of law." Our hero stands tall, surveying the kneeling figures. He has asserted his dominance completely, the battle decided. Mounted soldiers approach, their armor gleaming. A new presence arrives, changing the dynamic of the scene. The armored leader delivers a stern judgment. He warns, "Unless you want to make things worse." He continues, explaining the Empire's principles. It's a right you can rightfully demand regardless of your status. The leader, Tristan Valdec, stands firm. He states, "There is only one verdict, execution for all." The rebel leader's eyes widen in horror at the decree. His fate is sealed by this unyielding pronouncement. He lunges forward, defiance in his eyes. "By what authority do you bastards dare to judge us?" Tristan Valdec remains impassive, his gaze unwavering. He is ready to enforce his judgment without hesitation. A swift, brutal strike. The rebel's silhouette is consumed by darkness, blood splattering the ground. The rebel collapses, a fatal wound inflicted. His desperate challenge ends in a final, agonizing gasp. The remaining hooded figures recoil in terror, scrambling back. They witness the swift, merciless execution. Tristan stands beside our hero, who watches the scene with a thoughtful expression. The situation has been resolved. Our hero reflects on Tristan's character. He thinks, "This is the standard we must uphold." Tristan's resolve is clear as he states, "And our principle." His commitment to justice is absolute. Our hero observes Tristan through a window, deep in thought. "He was a stubborn man in my previous life as well, but," he ponders the unexpected intensity, "I never saw him act with such radical violence like today." Inside, our hero and Tristan review a strategic map. Our hero asks, "Is there something more that I don't know about?" Tristan looks at the map, his expression grim. The hero notes, "The atmosphere doesn't seem very good." Our hero paces, observing the map. He thinks, "IT looks much more serious than what was reported." He points to the map, asking, "Isn't the security perimeter practically empty?" Tristan nods in agreement. Tristan gestures to the map, explaining the situation. "The troops left here are barely enough to maintain public order." He continues, explaining the mercenary issue. "Why we hired mercenaries to fill the gap, but," Tristan adds, "they're ignoring their initial contracts and demanding renegotiations. They seek to exploit the crisis." Our hero considers this. He thinks, "IT would never work on mercenaries. They operate on different logic." Tristan's face is resolute. He affirms, "Not knowing that you have no intention of ever negotiating with them again, brother." Our hero looks at Tristan, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He says, "At least not here where I am in command." Tristan, still armored, turns to face him. He says, "Even with the situation being like this, I don't expect much from you." Our hero's gaze is sharp. He responds, "You were probably half-forced down here anyway." Tristan raises an eyebrow, challenging the assumption. "Mistaken?" he asks, his tone firm. Our hero clarifies, "First, I wasn't forced down here. I actually volunteered to go." He places a sealed document on the table, its contents unknown. It holds significant importance. Our hero presents the document, revealing his true authority. "These heads of state and all military control fall under my jurisdiction." He looks at Tristan, reassuring him. "So please put your mind at ease. He's taking charge now." A moment of quiet resolve hangs in the air. The heavy weight of responsibility is now firmly on his shoulders. The two stand before a grand building, the night sky overhead. A new path, a new chapter, begins now. Our hero's eyes glow with fierce determination. He promises, "Because I will definitely resolve this." A grand hall echoes with boisterous laughter and cheers, a lively celebration in full swing. Mercenaries feast and drink, their spirits high and unburdened tonight. The captain stands, raising his mug high, a wide grin stretching across his face. He encourages his men to eat and drink to their heart's content. His men join in, raising their own mugs, their faces alight with joy and greed. They cheer for their captain and their noble lord. The celebration continues, filled with loud chatter and revelry. Everyone is enjoying the spoils, feeling secure in their current situation. The vice-captain chews on a toothpick, a sly smile playing on his lips. He acknowledges the captain's audacity in their scheme. He speaks of the courage it takes to defy House Valdec, suggesting no one else in the Empire would dare act this way. The captain listens, smiling. The vice-captain explains their confidence. The higher-ups are clashing with the Empire Liberation Alliance, creating a demand for mercenaries. He adds that the unusual movements of demonic beasts also contribute to the boom. This creates an unprecedented opportunity for them. The vice-captain grins, confirming their plan. They just need to hold out until the nobles can't stand being patient anymore. The captain's eyes gleam with malice as he licks his lips. He agrees, stating that's when they'll slowly open up to them. He boasts about coordinating with other mercenary groups, making their leverage even stronger. It's only a matter of time now. The captain lets out a booming laugh, pleased with their cunning plan. Everyone is confident in their strategy. Suddenly, the vice captain notices something. His eyes narrow, realizing there are unfamiliar figures at the entrance. He looks out, past the reveling crowd, towards the door. Two tall shadows stand silhouetted against the bright outside light. The vice captain wonders aloud about the crazy bastard who would show up unannounced. He sees the two men standing there. He identifies the figures as strangers he's never seen before. The two men stand calmly, observing the chaotic scene within the hall. The young man at the door speaks, acknowledging their cleverness. He says that despite their appearances, they have a knack for this. He smiles, a knowing look on his face. He admits that if he were a mercenary captain, he would have done something similar. The young man steps forward, his footsteps echoing softly. He explains that anyone who leads a group should know how to seize an opportunity. He walks further into the hall, his gaze steady. He clarifies that this applies strictly asterisk before asterisk a contract is finalized. He continues to approach the captain, who now sits at a table. The young man emphasizes the importance of playing your part. Once the money is taken, he states, one should at least pretend to work. He then addresses the captain directly, Red Blade Sven. The captain, Sven, looks up, a wide, unsettling grin on his face. He seems amused by the young noble's presence. The title card appears, revealing the story's name, A Mercenary's Rebirth Among Nobles. It sets the stage for the unfolding drama. The mercenaries in the background murmur, their attention drawn to the newcomers. The atmosphere in the hall begins to shift subtly. Sven rises from his seat, his massive frame dominating the space. He looks down at the young noble with a challenging expression. The young noble looks back at Sven, his expression unreadable. The room falls silent, all eyes on the confrontation. Sven bows mockingly, addressing the noble. He thanks him, proclaiming that they'll be eating well tonight because of him. He continues to flatter, saying life would be great if there were more noble lords like him. His tone is dripping with sarcasm. The young noble's eye glints with a sharp, calculating intelligence. Sven's reflection is visible in its golden depths, still grinning. He suggests they wet their whistles first, as it's going to be a long talk. He pours wine into a wooden mug. Sven watches him, his mocking smile still in place. He sees the young noble's reflection in the wine, pouring steadily. Sven asks if there's a misunderstanding, suggesting they should clear it up. He gestures towards the young noble with an open hand. He adds that he's been waiting anxiously for his arrival, still maintaining his condescending tone. The young noble remains calm. The young noble clarifies that between House Valdek and them, only a contract exists. There shouldn't be any complications. He reminds Sven that they've already taken half the advance payment. The other man, the bodyguard, stands silently behind the noble. Sven scoffs, sticking out his tongue in a vulgar display. He dismisses the advance payment as pocket change. He then gestures to his vice-captain, calling the initial payment pathetic. It was far too little for such a dangerous mission. Sven puts an arm around his vice-captain, explaining that the money wouldn't even cover their meals. The vice-captain nods in agreement. The vice-captain confirms Sven's statement. He claims the meager sum wouldn't even feed his elderly mother back home. Sven's smile turns sinister, his eyes narrowing. He suggests that things should be mutually beneficial for everyone. He leans closer to the young noble, his menacing expression evident. He implies that if that's the case, there's no need to beat around the bush. The young noble simply replies that things that can be solved with money are the easiest to deal with. He remains unfazed. He casually tosses a shining coin onto the table. It spins, reflecting the light, catching everyone's attention with its brilliance. Vice-Captain gasps in recognition. He identifies it as a Wilhelm the Great Birth commemorative coin. More coins are scattered, clattering onto the table. The mercenaries watch, mesmerized by the unexpected display of wealth. The young noble reveals that a single coin is worth hundreds of gold coins. He lets them fall from his hand, glittering. He asks if they can really be satisfied with just that, implying more is to come. He urges them to be properly compensated. Sven's greedy eyes widen, his mocking smile replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. He can't believe what he's seeing. He quickly changes his tune, rising and bowing deeply. He declares he's committed a grave discourtesy by being so arrogant. Sven pledges his life for whatever task the young master has, now completely submissive. The other mercenaries watch in stunned silence. He boasts that all the surrounding mercenary groups will assemble with just one word from him. He's desperate to please. Sven quickly bends down, gathering the scattered coins. He states he needs to tidy up these precious coins first. The young noble looks down at Sven, his face cast in shadow. He issues a request in the name of Valdek. His request is simple and chilling. Kill Red Blade Sven. The hall falls silent, the mercenaries frozen in disbelief. The young noble reveals the reward. All of these platinum coins. The mercenaries gasp, their eyes fixed on the gleaming treasure. One mercenary asks if they clearly heard him stake his family's name. Another notes it's House Valdek, making the request incredibly serious. Sven's face contorts in a mix of fear and rage. He demands to know what kind of trick the young noble is trying to pull. The young noble looks at Sven, his expression cold. He replies that it's no trick. He's just easily solving this with money. He advises Sven to use this opportunity to learn well. He states that a mercenary without credit is nothing more than and that Sven has lost his credit. He lifts his mug, announcing a deadline. The young noble declares that the moment he empties his mug, the reward will be cut in half. The pressure is on. The mercenaries in the hall, driven by greed and fear of losing the reward, turn on Sven. Weapons are drawn, and the air crackles with tension. Sven screams at them, calling them idiots, asking if they actually believe this. He asserts himself as Red Blade Sven, threatening to kill anyone who approaches. The man stands triumphant amidst the chaos, a wild grin splitting his face. Blood stains his hands, but his laughter echoes. A lone figure flees into the night, their silhouette stark against the grand building. Footsteps pound the cold ground. More figures join the chase, a relentless pursuit under the moonlit sky. Their urgency fills the air. He raises a celebratory drink, a sly smirk playing on his lips. The offer hangs in the tense, silent air. The toast is for a retired vice captain, his words dripping with a hidden meaning. The mug feels heavy now. Two men stand, their gazes fixed on an unseen presence. One hesitates, a sudden unease settling over him. He addresses the gathering, a fallen comrade already on the floor. This night, he declares, is far from over. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across his face as he gestures. His true intentions are now clearly visible. A shining coin glints in his palm, a tempting offer. The amount is excessive, almost beyond belief. His golden eye narrows, reflecting the coin's gleam. A new thought sparks, connecting past words. A bloodied body lies still, a grim reminder. The former captain's warnings now resonate with chilling clarity. He leans in, arms wide, a predatory grin on his face. His next words promise a dark command. His golden eye gleams with a sinister intent, a silent promise of what is to come. The men stare, their faces etched with shock and dawning realization. A bonus awaits, but at what cost? One man licks his lips, a spark of avarice in his eyes. The temptation of the bonus is strong. He sits casually, dropping another coin, the sound echoing. His command sends them to search every mountain. His face is illuminated by the coin's glint, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His plan unfolds. Two figures stand by the window, silhouetted against the setting sun. A quiet tension fills the grand room. He looks troubled, his expression grim and resolute. No matter the words, his conviction remains firm. His boots stand firm on the polished floor. The other man a distant, watchful presence. He holds a small pouch, his thoughts dark and calculating. The corruption he plans will rot them. Two determined men stand ready, caught in a dark, irresistible web. Temptation beyond reason has been planted. They rush forward, cheering, drawn by an irresistible force. He left them no choice but to follow. An older man with a beard watches, his gaze grim and filled with suspicion. He sees through the deception. The man is battered, tears streaming down his face. He cries out, questioning if this is truly the end. Injured, he sits amidst the dark, red-tinged forest. Another fallen figure lies motionless beside him. He lies wounded, defiance in his voice. He refuses to fall like the captain, not a meathead. He sits up, clutching the bloodied pouch, a dark smile returning. Pointless death could have been avoided. His eyes gleam with a manic intensity, consumed by dark thoughts. Greed blinded them, not knowing their place. A shadowy figure emerges behind him, eyes glowing ominously. He gasps, sensing a terrifying presence. The shadow solidifies into a man, a dagger pressed to his throat. His desperate plea is ignored. Terrified, he pleads for his life, offering half the massive sum. His desperation hangs heavy in the air. He begs again, his voice cracking with fear. Just spare his life, that is all he asks. He laughs bitterly, realizing his fatal mistake. His life, he knows, was never meant to work out well. A brutal slash tears through the air, followed by a sickening sound. Blood splatters, sealing his fate. His body collapses, a lifeless heap on the dark ground. The silence that follows is absolute. The killer stands over the fallen, his gaze cold and unwavering. The deed is done. A hand reaches down, taking the bloodied pouch from the corpse. The transfer of ill-gotten gains. He walks away, deeper into the ominous, red-tinged forest. The pouch is now his burden. His back recedes into the deepening darkness, a ticking sound accompanying his departure. A hand gently places the gleaming coin on the table. Its cold light reflects the silent room. He stands by the window, looking out into the night. A great debt is owed, he acknowledges silently.